Chapter 4368. When the descendants of the sky demon and the remnants of the primordial era had disappeared, a mysterious force suddenly emerged. This force began to stir up trouble in the heaven realm and the human realm. First, they suddenly attacked Wanxiang City, which was also Gu Fei's lair, and started a massacre. When the news spread, the entire human realm was shocked. One must know that Gu Fei had just killed a king supreme of the ancestral realm in the heaven realm. When the news spread to the human realm, it shocked all the forces. However, no one expected that someone would dare to provoke Gu Fei at this moment and cause trouble in Gu Fei's lair. The Iron Blood Taoist immediately sent a distress message to Gu Fei in the heaven realm. That was because another wave of demonic creatures had besieged the city after he had dealt with the dozen or so fugitives. Countless demonic creatures appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the Wanxiang City. Many winged demonic creatures even launched air attacks on Wanxiang City. Fortunately, the defensive formation of Wanxiang City was sturdy enough to block these flying demonic creatures. However, there were densely packed demonic creatures outside the city. Some of them were even more powerful. They spat demonic auras and crazily collided with the defensive formation of Wanxiang City. The Iron Blood Taoist also realized that there was more than one powerful demonic aura outside the city. There was definitely a terrifying demon behind these demonic creatures that was secretly leading everything. Heaven Realm, the ancestral land of the demon race. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A divine light immediately landed in his hand. Humph! Gu Fei was furious. Soon, Star Beast Venerable, Black Wind Supreme, and Shooting Sun Supreme arrived at the foot of the mountain. They then left the ancestral land of the demon race and headed for the human realm. Human realm, Eastern region, Wanxiang City. On this day, a star descended from the sky and landed on Wanxiang City. In the next moment, boundless starlight burst out from Wanxiang City. The countless demonic creatures that surrounded Wanxiang City were immediately pierced by the starlight and died instantly. Even the few demons in the dark were not spared. Primordial demons? The Shooting Sun Supreme's figure appeared at the top of Wanxiang City's city wall. He couldn't help but frown when he saw the demonic creatures lying all over the ground outside the city. That mysterious power was not limited to just the primogenitor demons. This was because there were other experts attacking Wanxiang City's other cities in the East region. As soon as the Black Wind Sovereign arrived, he immediately made his move. Those fellows who were attacking other cities met with the Black Wind Sovereign, and all of them ended up in tragedy. Gu Fei's powerful counterattack had suppressed all the forces. In the Heaven Realm, some experts suddenly attacked and destroyed several cities of the Demon Clan in the Heaven Realm. Old Tortoise personally took action and directly killed a mysterious expert. Are they all from the primogenitor world? Old Tortoise stood above the ruins and frowned as he looked down at the destroyed city below. He was shocked and angry. At this time, someone actually dared to cause trouble. They were courting death. Very soon, this mysterious force disappeared again after a brief appearance, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Time passed. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. Gu Fei and Zhang Renhuang sat on the mountain peak for 3 years. On this day, Gu Fei and Zhang Renhuang laughed at the same time and stood up. At this moment, Gu Fei's vitality had recovered. He could feel that he was about to take that step. However, he knew that even if he had this feeling, he didn't know when he would actually take that step. This feeling was very mysterious. Even though Gu Fei had experienced it once, he still felt that the feeling was vague and illusory. It was as if it was very difficult to grasp. Even if he touched it, it was very difficult to take that step. One must know that it wasn't that easy to break through to the extreme grade supreme realm. Since ancient times, there were only a dozen known extreme grade supremes in the heaven realm and the human realm. Of course, there were many extreme grade supremes in the primogenitor world. Even in the present world, there weren't as many extreme grade supremes as there were in the primogenitor world. The battle with the Supreme King made Gu Fei see the hope of breaking through to the extreme grade realm. In these 3 years, Zhang Renhuang had also obtained what he wanted. "Thank you again, brother," Zhang Renhuang said sincerely to Gu Fei, then returned Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the 9 heaven-star sword and closed his eyes to sense it. Little girl is having fun in the 9 heaven-star sword. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly opened the inner world of the 9 heaven-star sword. A figure rushed out from inside. Dad, little brother. The little princess directly threw herself into Jiang Renhuang's arms. Holy Sovereign? Jiang Renhuang was surprised and happy. His precious daughter was already a holy sovereign. If she advanced one step further, she would be a quasi-sovereign. In just 3 years, the little princess had already become a holy sovereign. Her cultivation had jumped a few levels. Haha, good brother. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Jiang Renhuang laughed. Sure. Gu Fei smiled. In fact, Jiang Renhuang was both a teacher and a friend to Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Jiang Renhuang's guidance, he would have to take many detours in his cultivation. But now, in terms of cultivation, Gu Fei had already surpassed Jiang Renhuang, because he was at least once a legendary eternal sovereign. Since ancient times, there had never been an eternal sovereign in the human realm, nor in the heaven realm. If Jiang Renhuang wanted to become eternal sovereign, there was no other way but to go to the primogenitor world. Only the primogenitor world could give birth to an eternal sovereign. Because the primogenitor world was the origin of all realms, the primogenitor world had things that no other realms had. It was rare for a perfect world like the heaven realm to give birth to an extreme sovereign. If there was an eternal sovereign, such a world would not be able to withstand the aura of an eternal sovereign. If an eternal sovereign appeared in the heaven realm would collapse instantly. Only an extremely stable world like the primogenitor world could withstand the aura of an eternal sovereign. 3 years. After studying the 9 heaven-star sword for 3 years, Jiang Renhuang finally succeeded in touching the eternal realm and grasped a trace of eternal Taoist rhyme. He had to go back and prepare. Jiang Renhuang took the little princess and left the demon clan's ancestral land. They also left the heaven realm and returned to the human realm. He had many things to prepare. The primogenitor world was not a paradise. It was an extremely cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was definitely not an easy task to survive there. Gu Fei naturally knew what Jiang Renhuang was going to do, so he did not ask him to stay. Looks like I have to go back too? Chapter 4369. Gu Fei had meditated for 3 years. Not only had his vitality completely recovered, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the extreme grade. It would not be easy for him to advance further. Boom! On top of the mountain, Gu Fei's body shook. An extremely powerful divine aura immediately erupted from his body, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the void around him. The heaven realm was a perfect heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were extremely powerful, and the void was extremely stable. What is that guy doing? In the demon ancestral hall, the old tortoise suddenly had a bad feeling. In the next moment, the old tortoise disappeared from the ancestral hall. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak where Gu Fei was. The peak of the extreme grade. Are you going to take that step? The moment the old tortoise saw Gu Fei, he was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. He had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and was only at the mid-level of a quasi-supreme. This guy had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and surpassed him in both lifetimes. What use was a supremacy bloodline? The old tortoise finally realized that the so-called noble supremacy bloodline was actually a tribulation for him, a tribulation that was difficult to overcome. He knew very well that the supremacy bloodline limited his realm. Although the power of the supremacy bloodline was powerful, it was like a seal that kept his cultivation below the extreme grade. It was not impossible for the old tortoise to take that step, but first, he had to sever the supremacy bloodline inherited from the Tai Huang. Otherwise, everything would be just a dream. However, it was not an easy task to sever the supremacy bloodline. To succeed, he had to pay a huge price. If he was not careful, he might die. The old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang. He naturally would not be willing to be under someone else. He wanted to become an extreme grade supremacy. When he saw that Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the peak below the extreme grade, he was surprised and overjoyed. His intuition told him that Gu Fei could help him sever the supremacy bloodline. It's easier said than done to take that step. Gu Fei shook his head. He was once in eternal supremacy and had naturally experienced the supremacy tribulation. Becoming an extreme grade supremacy was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Then how about you lend me that sword as well? Old Tortoise landed in front of Gu Fei and looked at Gu Fei eagerly. Scram! Gu Fei flew up and kicked Old Tortoise's butt. The old tortoise let out a blood-curdling shriek. Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky from the peak of the mountain and disappeared without a trace. The higher-ups of the demon clan at the foot of the mountain were all dumbfounded. Gu Fei went down the mountain. Then, some old friends began to visit him. Golden-winged Little Peng Emperor? The first person who came to visit Gu Fei was the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor of the golden-winged Great Peng race. This fellow is actually still alive. Gu Fei was slightly surprised. In the past, it was widely rumored in the outside world that the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor had fallen long ago. But now, it seemed that all of this was just a rumor. Peak Quasi-Supreme Being, very good. Gu Fei could tell the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor's cultivation at a glance. This golden-winged Little Peng Emperor's cultivation had actually broken through to the peak Quasi-Supreme Being realm. No one knew what the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor had experienced all these years. In the past, the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor fought with Gu Fei and was defeated by Gu Fei. Then, he was rescued by the old ancestor of the golden-winged Great Peng race. In the end, he entered the forbidden ground of the golden-winged Great Peng race for seclusion. This was no ordinary seclusion. It was a life and death seclusion. If he succeeded, his cultivation would increase exponentially. But if he failed, he would end up with a tragic fate of death. Obviously, the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor succeeded. The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor came to look for Gu Fei because he wanted to fight with Gu Fei. Even though he knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, he still came. At the peak of a mountain in the demon clan's ancestral ground, two figures stood. These two experts were facing each other, causing the sky above the mountain to change color. This guy must be tired of living. The old tortoise looked at the two figures on the mountain peak. Needless to say, the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was no match for Fei. Your courage is commendable. Xiaoqing laughed. The outcome of this battle was already decided. The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was defeated. He couldn't even block a single punch from Gu Fei and was sent flying by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't kill the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor. After the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor, the second person who came to look for Gu Fei was the Azure Dragon. That's right, the Azure Dragon race, one of the 4 great races in the southern region of the human world. This Azure Dragon was the one who fought with Gu Fei in the past. However, although the Azure Dragon was strong, it was still not enough to stand in front of Gu Fei. The golden-winged Little Peng Emperor was defeated, the Azure Dragon was defeated, and even Yuan Hong of the Golden Spiritual Ape fought a great battle with Gu Fei. That battle lasted for a long time. Gu Fei had the intention to help Yuan Hong achieve his goal. However, Yuan Hong wasn't able to break through the quasi-supremacy realm and become an extreme supremacy. In fact, Yuan Hong was facing the same predicament as the old tortoise. The supremacy bloodline in Yuan Hong's body made it difficult for him to break through. If he wanted to become an extreme supremacy, he would have to cut off the supremacy bloodline in his body. Other than that, there was no other way. In these 3 years, the heavenly realm was very peaceful. However, just as Gu Fei and Yuan Hong finished their discussion, the sky above the demon race's ancestral grounds suddenly darkened and an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Rays of demonic light directly broke through the void and turned into giant pillars that surrounded the entire demon race's ancestral grounds. The sudden change stunned countless demon race experts in the demon race's ancestral grounds. No one expected the demons to attack at this time. Buzz. The countless demonic pillars that surrounded the demon race's ancestral grounds erupted with endless demonic fire at the same time. The demonic fire burned the void continuously. Demonic refinement of heaven and earth, Gu Fei, die. With a furious roar, a terrifying demonic shadow descended from the sky. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, a huge demonic formation appeared between heaven and earth. The demonic shadow was located at the formation eye of this superdemonic formation. The mighty demonic power of this superdemonic formation was directly at the extreme supremacy realm. Rumble. The power of heavenly punishment was directly triggered. The power of destruction surged from the depths of the sky and obliterated everything. However, to everyone's shock, the demonic pillars actually held up a huge demonic diagram and blocked the power of heavenly punishment. Preposterous. The old tortoise immediately activated the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds. However, to the old tortoise's disbelief, the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds could not withstand the power of the super-demonic formation. Countless ancient demon race Tao patterns dissipated in the void, and the protective formation of the demon race's ancestral grounds directly collapsed. Damn it! The old tortoise directly took out the Tai Sovereign seal. Boom! A huge seal appeared in the sky above the demon race's ancestral grounds and blocked the destructive power of the demonic formation. Ancestral Demon? Chapter 4370. The primogeniture demons had prepared for 3 years and finally made their move. Their first move was earth-shattering. The primogeniture demons had used some kind of secret technique to set up a super-demonic formation. The countless demonic pillars surrounding the demon race's ancestral land were all at the extreme Tao level. That demonic shadow was actually a remnant image of the first demon ancestor. The first demon ancestor was Gu Fei's greatest enemy. During the battle in the ancestral realm, he had used his life to initiate reincarnation and beat Gu Fei into reincarnation, reducing Gu Fei's cultivation. Gu Fei had nearly died. Even if he did not perish, he had suffered greatly. He had to cultivate anew and recover his strength step by step. Who would have thought that the primogeniture demons would summon a remnant soul of the first demon ancestor to guard this super-demonic formation? The first demon ancestor had used his life to initiate reincarnation, but he was deader than dead. This remnant soul could not be considered the first demon ancestor anymore. It was just a manifestation of his undying remnant consciousness. Even an undying remnant consciousness of the first demon ancestor was incomparably terrifying. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, it suppressed the heavens and obliterated the universe, causing the power of the superformation to soar to an unimaginable level. It was as if the entire heavenly realm was about to be refined. If not for the Grand Sovereign Seal, the demon race's ancestral land, which was surrounded by countless demonic pillars, would have long been refined by the superformation. Buzz. The Grand Sovereign Seal vibrated. The superformation's power was so strong that even the Grand Sovereign Seal showed signs of being unable to withstand it. The old tortoise exerted all his strength to activate the Grand Sovereign Seal. However, this could not continue for long. The old tortoise was only a quasi-supremacy. Activating the Grand Sovereign Seal required a large amount of yuan qi. Quickly think of a way. The old tortoise shouted at Gu Fei. At this time, his forehead was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. At this moment, countless experts of the demon clan were stunned by this scene. They were extremely terrified, and only a few of them were barely able to hold on. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. The primogeniture demons were really endless. What made Gu Fei the most unhappy was that the various forces in the primogeniture realm were actually watching from the sidelines. Due to Gu Fei's appearance, the major forces in the primogeniture realm stopped hunting the primogeniture demons. They all chose to preserve their strength. In fact, the major forces in the primogeniture realm had already received the news that the primogeniture demons were going to attack Gu Fei. They naturally wanted to see Gu Fei suffer. The best-case scenario would be for Gu Fei and the ancestor demons to fight to the death, and then they would reap the benefits. 3 years ago, when Gu Fei fought the primogeniture realm's supreme king, he had revealed his trump card, which was that he didn't fear heavenly punishment and had slain a paragon king with his sword. Since the primogeniture demons dared to attack, they naturally weren't afraid of Gu Fei. Buzz. Gu Fei pointed his finger, and a sword rainbow immediately rushed out from his fingertip. It directly soared into the sky and pierced through the super-demonic array's eye. As long as the demonic figure in the super-demonic array's eye was destroyed, the array would no longer be a problem. The sword light directly broke through the layers of demonic power. Just as it was about to slash the demonic figure in the super demonic array's eye, the sword light suddenly exploded. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. This was an attack that he had unleashed with his eternal power, but it was actually blocked. At this moment, a demonic wheel appeared in the super demonic array's eye and enveloped the demonic figure. This is the legendary world-destroying demonic wheel? In the distant sky, an old man exclaimed in surprise. The primogenitor demon's move this time was too big. All the experts in the heaven realm felt the terrifying demonic aura, especially near the demon clan's ancestral ground. Countless living beings were extremely terrified. The world-destroying demonic wheel was a legendary supreme demonic artifact in the primogenitor realm. It was even more powerful than the heavenly demonic tower. Legend had it that it was refined by a demon lord in the eternal realm. That demon lord in the eternal realm was the world-destroying demon lord. With the appearance of the world-destroying demonic wheel, the power of the entire super demonic array surged again. This time, even the power of heaven's punishment was blocked. A wisp of demonic aura swept down from the world-destroying demonic wheel. The Tai Sovereign seal directly fell from the sky. It was covered in cracks as if it could shatter at any time. They weren't Tao artifacts of the same level. The difference was too big. An eternal Tao artifact could crush an extreme Tao artifact. Wah! Old Tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. He was seriously injured. At the same time, the demonic diagram formed by the super demonic array descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was obliterated into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was in despair. Haha, Gu Fei is definitely going to die this time. The experts from the primogenitor realm who were watching the battle from afar were all extremely nervous and excited. These people had some grudges with Gu Fei, and they could not wait for Gu Fei to be killed by the primogenitor demons. It should be known that Gu Fei's reappearance had once again broken the balance of power in the primogenitor realm. Once Gu Fei returned to the primogenitor realm, the entire cultivation structure of the primogenitor realm would be reshuffled. When that time came, many people would die. A sword crosses the heavens. Sweep away evil. Gu Fei roared, and a ray of sword light immediately rushed out from his body. A terrifying power of the sword way erupted from the ray of sword light. Rumble. As soon as this sword came out, the entire super demonic array immediately shook. Even the world-ending demonic wheel in the sky was vibrating. The two eternal Tao treasures clashed directly. At this time, Old Tortoise used his Xin technique and withdrew the Tai Huang seal. When he saw the cracks on the Tai Huang seal, he almost spat out blood again. The Tai Huang seal was now almost half destroyed. Kill. The demonic shadow in the eye of the super demonic array roared. Endless power of the demonic way gathered in a frenzy, and the world-ending demonic wheel immediately erupted with unprecedented power. Boom! The world-ending demonic wheel directly blasted down from the sky towards Gu Fei. The monstrous demonic chi directly shattered the world. Kill! Gu Fei roared, and the eternal sword light in the sky immediately rushed towards the world-ending demonic wheel. Boom! The two shocking powers collided in an instant. The next moment, the void in the sky suddenly shattered and was annihilated. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. A sword flew down from the sky, and with a clang, it stabbed in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. He was finally moved. The world-exterminating demonic wheel had actually deflected his 9 heaven star sword and continued to grind downwards. Haha, Gu Fei, today is the day you die. The demonic shadow roared crazily. Damn it! Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked and angry. These guys seemed to be well prepared. Not only did they summon the primogenitor's undying remnant thought, but they also used the eternal Tao treasure, the world-ending demonic wheel. Chapter 4371. During the strongest battle in the primogenitor realm, Gu Fei and the first demon fought to the point where the heavens and earth split apart. In the end, the first demon used his life to initiate reincarnation and beat Gu Fei into reincarnation. Gu Fei's cultivation was nearly stripped away by the power of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the eternal true bone in his chest that could still condense eternal power, he would have been beaten into a mortal. Thanks to the existence of the eternal true bone, Gu Fei was able to cultivate to the quasi-supremacy realm so quickly. However, the first demon that used his life to initiate reincarnation wasn't so lucky. The price he paid to beat Gu Fei into reincarnation was too great. He burned his life and ended up with his soul destroyed. However, the first demon's inextinguishable remnant will remain at the place where he died. This remnant will drifted between heaven and earth, turning the battlefield into a terrifying demonic domain. The primogeniture demons use some kind of secret technique to fuse the remnant will of the first demon with the superdemonic formation. The remnant will of the first demon became the spirit of the superdemonic formation, presiding over the formation and controlling the entire formation. Coupled with the primogeniture demon's supreme demonic weapon, the world-destroying demonic wheel, Gu Fei was in great danger this time. If he wasn't careful, he might really die here. Even the 9 heavenly stars sword was suppressed. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. However, he didn't despair. So what if the primogeniture demons used the superdemonic formation and the world-destroying demonic wheel? How could it be that easy to kill him? Rumble. The huge demonic diagram formed by the superdemonic formation descended from the sky, turning the void into nothingness. The diagram seemed to be able to destroy everything. What do we do? What do we do? We're dead this time. Countless great demons in the demon race's ancestral ground despaired. Some great demons were eroded by the demonic nature descending from the sky, triggering their inner demons. They suddenly went crazy and attacked anyone they saw. For a moment, the demon race's ancestral ground was in chaos. The old turtle nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. Kill. An old voice rang out. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, and a powerful devouring force gushed out from it. Those great demons who had gone berserk were sent flying. They were caught by the gigantic hand and turned into a mist of blood, destroyed in body and spirit. The old tortoise looked at the person and saw that it was his uncle. The old ancestor of the demon race was peerlessly powerful. No one knew where his cultivation had gone. However, even the old tortoise sometimes felt his heart palpitate in front of his uncle. He was unfathomable. What should we do? Ask Renhuang Jiang for help. Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei. Now, it seemed like Jiang Renhuang was the only one who could save them. However, since the ancestor demons had used the world-destroying demonic wheel, even Jiang Renhuang would not be able to escape unscathed. It's useless. Gu Fei shook his head. The super-demonic array could resist the power of heaven's punishment. This level of power was no ordinary extreme Dao power. No matter how strong Jiang Renhuang was, he was still an extreme Emperor Supreme. If he made a move, it was hard to say who would be killed. Haha, Gu Fei, no one can save you now. Just accept your death. The demonic shadow in the super-demonic array laughed crazily. This remnant consciousness only had one thought, and that was to kill Gu Fei. Now, this remnant consciousness was being used by the ancestor demons. The voice of the ancestor great demon came down from the sky. The remnant consciousness of the ancestor great demon was not even a remnant soul. Naturally, it did not have its own consciousness. However, the divine consciousness of the ancestor great demon had fused with this remnant consciousness. To some extent, this remnant consciousness of the ancestor great demon had become an alternative incarnation of the ancestor great demon. Haha, what a joke. Do you think you can do that? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Humph. You can still laugh when you're about to die? The ancestor great demon sneered. Who doesn't know when they're about to die? Gu Fei did not care. Go and die. The primogeniture great demon was enraged. In order to deal with Gu Fei, he had paid a huge price. This super-demonic formation, the world-destroying demonic wheel, and the remnant will of the primogeniture first demon were not things that could be used casually. For today, the ancestor great demon and the other ancestor great demons had sacrificed a lot. However, if they could kill Gu Fei, then it would all be worth it. Rumble. Endless demonic light rushed out from the countless demonic pillars that surrounded the entire demon race's ancestral land. The demonic light obliterated the void and resonated with the demonic diagram that was pressing down from the sky. The entire demon race's ancestral land showed signs of being refined. Countless demon race Tao patterns dissipated under the power of the super demonic array. Damn it! Old Tortoise's heart was bleeding when he saw the guardian arrays collapsing and being obliterated. This was his trump card. Some of the guardian arrays were even personally set up by the Grand Emperor. Once such a guardian array was broken, there was no way to recover. Haha, Gu Fei, aren't you very awesome? If I want to kill you now, it's just a matter of moving a finger. The ancestor great demon laughed maniacally. Sigh. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do you really think you can defeat me? Gu Fei said. Why? Do you think you can turn the tables? The ancestor great demon's voice was cold and emotionless. Although it was just an incarnation, the ancestor great demon was still incomparably arrogant. At this moment, the world-destroying demonic wheel appeared in the super demonic array, emitting extremely terrifying power fluctuations. The world-destroying demonic wheel was an eternal demon artifact. Even though this incarnation of the ancestor great demon controlled the super demonic array and could use endless demonic Tao power, he didn't dare to use it casually. One had to know that every time an eternal Tao artifact was used, the amount of essence qi consumed was absolutely unimaginable. Especially when the eternal Tao artifact wasn't refined by himself, it required even more essence qi. Even an extreme Tao Supreme wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ah, I know. You still haven't used the All Heavens Myriad World Wheel. The ancestor great demon's incarnation said coldly. There's no need to use the All Heavens Myriad World Wheel. Gu Fei shook his head. Haha, then just wait for your death. The ancestor great demon's incarnation said as he pressed his right hand towards Gu Fei. The demonic diagram in the sky immediately descended at a faster speed. Brother, quickly think of a way, or we will all die. Old Tortoise was extremely anxious. He didn't want to be wiped out. What other ways does he have? The ancestor great demon was incomparably arrogant. Is that so? Gu Fei sighed. He didn't want to do this, but from the looks of it, if he didn't do this, he, Old Tortoise, and countless great demons would die here. Himph. Chapter 4372. Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. There was no one in the heavenly realm or the human realm who could force Gu Fei into a desperate situation. When the news of Gu Fei being in a desperate situation spread, both the heavenly realm and the human realm were in an uproar. Countless experts from the heavenly realm and the human realm rushed to the demon clan's ancestral land. They all wanted to see who was so powerful that they could force Gu Fei into a desperate situation. However, when the supreme demonic aura spread out, all the experts were shocked to the extreme. It was actually a demon. It was a demon that forced Gu Fei into a desperate situation. However, wasn't the 100,000 demon mountains destroyed by Old Tortoise? The last demon domain in the heavenly realm had been destroyed. Although there were still demons in the heavenly realm, they were all small fries that couldn't cause much trouble. Soon, the news spread that this time, it was the ancestral demons that attacked Gu Fei. What were the ancestral demons? They were the demons of the ancestral realm. The demons of the ancestral realm were known as the ancestors of demons and the source of demons. This time, the ancestral demons crossed over and used the super demonic formation to envelop the entire demon clan's ancestral land. They wanted to completely refine Gu Fei and the entire demon clan's ancestral land and get rid of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise in one go. Ancestral demons, all the forces in the heavenly realm and the human realm felt the danger. The demons weren't kind. Once Gu Fei was defeated, wouldn't the ancestral demons' next step be to conquer the heavenly realm and the human realm? If that was the case, then many people would die. In fact, as early as when the experts of the ancestral realm appeared in the heavenly realm, some people said that they wanted to turn the heavenly realm into their hunting ground. The experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm didn't welcome the big shots of the ancestral realm. Almost all the experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm hoped that Gu Fei could win and defeat the ancestral demons. Rumble. In the demon clan's ancestral land, the super demonic formation was operating crazily. Brother, what are you waiting for? Old Tortoise was extremely anxious. If Gufei still did not make a move, they would be finished. Big brother. Xiaoqing was also very anxious. Gufei, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use whatever skills you have. However, in the end, you will still die. Haha. In the sky. In the eye of the super demonic formation, primogenitor Great Fiend laughed maniacally. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The insufferably arrogant Gufei of the past had now become someone whose life and death were in his hands. Sigh. Gufei let out a long sigh and shook his head. He didn't say anything and just sat down cross-legged. The Nine Heavens Star Sword was stabbed into the ground in front of him. He grabbed the Nine Heavens Star Sword and stabbed himself in the chest with a backhand motion. What? When Old Tortoise and the others saw this scene, they were truly shocked. Haha, Gufei, do you want to commit suicide? Primogenitor Great Fiend's incarnation laughed in the sky. Hee. Gufei smiled and didn't say anything. This sword directly pierced into his sternum. Then, traces of eternal real blood were absorbed by the Nine Heavens Star Sword. Boom. The next moment, the Nine Heavens Star Sword that had absorbed Gufei's eternal real blood burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. It was as if a eternal supreme had awakened. Buzz. The Nine Heavens Star Sword flew up from Gufei's body. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. Endless eternal power erupted from the Nine Heavens Star Sword and directly blocked the demonic diagram that was suppressing down. What? This time, primogenitor Great Fiend's incarnation in the eye of the super demonic formation was stunned. He never expected such a thing to happen. You underestimate an extreme Dao weapon, Gufei said coldly. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper. The Nine Heavens Star Sword had absorbed more than half of the eternal real blood contained in his eternal real bone. His vitality was greatly damaged. This directly caused his cultivation level to decline rapidly. He almost fell from the quasi-supremacy realm. His cultivation level barely stabilized at the beginner quasi-supremacy realm. This time, Gufei had really bled a lot. If he hadn't been at the end of his rope, he wouldn't have come to this step. The eternal real blood was extremely precious to him. It was much more precious than the divine elixir of the undying ancestral dragon. A drop of eternal real blood contained the eternal Tao law. Any extreme supreme would have a great improvement in their cultivation if they obtained it. But now, Gufei had no choice but to use the eternal real blood to completely awaken the Nine Heavens Star Sword. The sword spirit of the Nine Heavens Star Sword was actually in a deep sleep most of the time. It was impossible for ordinary people to awaken the sword spirit of the Nine Heavens Star Sword. However, the primogenitor Great Demon had miscalculated this time. Gufei was once an eternal supreme. The Nine Heavens Star Sword was a Tao artifact that he had refined his entire life. Others might not be able to awaken the sword spirit of the Nine Heavens Star Sword, but he could. After absorbing Gufei's eternal real blood, the Nine Heavens Star Sword unleashed its full power. The eternal sword spirit was completely awakened. This was equivalent to an eternal supreme waking up from a deep sleep. This, Old Tortoise, his uncle, and all the great demons were trembling. This was an existence that surpassed the extreme supreme realm. The moment the Nine Heavens Star Sword's eternal sword spirit awakened from its deep sleep, the entire heaven realm, and even the entire human realm, was terrified to the extreme. A sword to suppress an entire realm. This was the terror of an eternal Tao artifact. Swoosh. The Nine Heavens Star Sword attacked on its own. It turned into a dazzling sword light and split the demonic diagram in the sky in half. Clang. The Nine Heavens Star Sword fiercely collided with the World Annihilation Demonic Wheel. In the next moment, the World Annihilation Demonic Wheel was sent flying by the Nine Heavens Star Sword. This was the true power of the eternal realm. The current Nine Heavens Star Sword was unimaginably powerful. The eternal sword light swept across the sky and the earth, dissipating the demonic aura that enveloped the entire world. How is this possible? The incarnation of the primogenitor Great Demon, who was presiding over the array core, screamed, "I already said that you don't have the ability to kill me." Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. His chest was still oozing blood, and his face was even paler. You, the incarnation of the primogenitor great demon, was shocked and furious. Although the World Annihilation Demonic Wheel was also an Eternal Realm Demon artifact, the primogenitor great demon did not have the ability to awaken the World Annihilation Demonic Wheel. This way, he would be out of luck. "Kill him for me." Gu Fei directly ordered the Nine Heavens Stars sword. In the next moment, the Nine Heavens Stars sword let out a sword hum that resounded through the nine heavens. Then, it soared into the sky and broke through the layers of demonic arrays. With one sword strike, it split the demonic figure presiding over the array core in half. Chapter 43-73. The Ancestor Demons had gone all out in the battle in the ancestral land of the Demon Clan. They had used almost all their trump cards. The origin of the Ancestor Demons' super demonic array was not simple. It was a supreme demonic array left by the ancestor of the Ancestor Demons. It could refine supremes. The ancestor of the Ancestor Demons was the oldest and most powerful demon in the ancestral realm. He was the first demon born in the ancestral realm and the ancestor of all demons. The ancestor of the Ancestor Demons had disappeared for countless years, but the supreme demonic weapon he left behind was still passed down generation after generation among the Ancestor Demons. Even when Gu Fei had gone on an expedition against the primogenitor demon tribe, they hadn't used this supreme demonic formation. However, their supreme demonic formation had been destroyed by a sword. To be more precise, it was an eternal divine sword. Whoosh! The dazzling eternal sword light streaked across the pitch-black void and made a sound like a sharp blade tearing through cloth. The huge demonic diagram in the sky was directly split in half. Then, countless demonic patterns dissipated and collapsed. The entire super demonic array was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. In particular, the sword light was so powerful that it directly split the array eye of the super demonic array in half. It also split the incarnation of the ancestor great demon that was guarding the array eye in half. Roar! The moment the nine heavenly stars sword split the primogenitor great demon's incarnation in half, a furious roar came from a remote primordial forest in the primogenitor realm. In a valley, the demonic aura was vast and mighty. All the trees and flowers within a radius of 10,000 miles withered. In the valley, demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. In the open space in the middle of the valley, there was an ancient altar. On the altar, there were 9 demonic shadows sitting in a lotus position. Each of these 9 demonic shadows was extremely powerful. They were the only 9 ancestor demons left among the ancestor demons. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles and were demons among demons. Ancient demonic patterns constantly appeared on the ancient altar. Each pattern was emitting the most primitive demonic light. The heaven and earth spiritual chi of the entire world was frantically gathering towards the altar. However, at this moment, a drop of demonic blood seeped out of the forehead of the ancestor great demon who was sitting on the altar and presiding over the array. Countless cracks appeared on his forehead. At the same time, the other 8 devil patriarchs were coughing up mouthfuls of blood from the impact. How is this possible? That's the supreme killing array left behind by the ancestor. Wasn't that guy beaten into reincarnation by the first demon lord and had his extreme grade cultivation destroyed? The 9 progenitor devil races archdevil lord on the sacrificial altar were shocked to the extreme. At this time, the black hole above the sacrificial altar began to shrink. The passage is about to close. I can't accept this. Primogenitor great demon roared into the sky. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was extremely vicious. It turned out that the 9 great demon ancestors of the primogenitor devil race had used the ancient sacrificial altar left behind by the primogenitor devil race to open a path between the primogenitor world and the heavenly world, allowing them to control the super demon formation in the primogenitor world. Just as the black hole in the sky was about to disappear, a sword light descended from the sky and directly cut the ancestor great demon in half. What? Just as the black hole in the sky was about to disappear, a sword light descended from the sky and directly cut the ancestor great demon in half. What? The other ancestor demons were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Without any hesitation, the 8 progenitor devil race's ancestors fled the scene. Fortunately, the sword light only killed the ancestor great demon before rushing into the sky. The moment the black hole completely disappeared, it rushed into the sky. What is that? The eternal sword. The 8 ancestor demons were indescribably shocked. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud sound. The black hole in the sky that had originally disappeared reappeared. An item broke through the void and directly rushed into the ancestors' realm. Buzz. The void trembled and a pitch-black wheel floated in the void. This item was the world-destroying demonic wheel. This eternal sword returned to the ancestors' realm on its own. This was beyond the expectations of the 8 ancestor demons. At this time, in the ancestors' land of the monster race in the heaven realm, the array core of the superdemonic array was broken and the entire superdemonic array was collapsing. Gu Fei originally wanted to take the world-destroying demonic wheel away, but the eternal sword broke through the void and directly escaped, its whereabouts unknown. What a pity. Gu Fei sighed. That was an eternal sword. If he could obtain it, his cultivation might soar to the sky in one step and directly become an extreme supremacy. At this time, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire sky had completely dissipated, and sunlight shone down from the divine sun in the sky. The countless demonic pillars surrounding the monster race's ancestral land had already become dim. Some of the demonic pillars even had cracks on them. Whoosh! At this time, a sword light broke through the void and slashed down from the sky, directly cutting the countless demonic pillars outside the monster race's ancestral land into two. Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The endless demonic aura that erupted from the demonic pillars actually frantically converged towards Gu Fei and was devoured by him. What? Countless great demons in the monster race's ancestral land saw this scene and were all stunned. He is actually devouring the most primordial demonic aura in this world. Old Tortoise's uncle stood on another mountain peak and couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Gu Fei continuously devoured the surrounding demonic aura. He wanted to recover his exhausted yuan qi, but it was not easy to recover the eternal real blood that he had consumed. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The primordial demonic aura that he devoured was quickly refined by him and turned into his own yuan qi. The great demons in the monster race's ancestral land were inexplicably shocked when they sensed that Gu Fei's aura was constantly increasing. This Gu Fei was really powerful. The super demonic formation's collapse released a huge amount of primordial demonic aura that was even more terrifying than a deadly poison to ordinary people. Even an ordinary quasi-supremacy would be in big trouble if they were contaminated by this demonic aura, let alone Saint Venerables. They would die if they came into contact with it. Gu Fei devoured for a full day and night before he finally devoured all the demonic aura released after the collapse of the super demonic formation. A divine sword was inserted into the ground in front of Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's body suddenly shook. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical power immediately erupted from his body. Spatial ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared in the surrounding void. Only recovered to the mid-level quasi-supremacy? Gu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he sensed the power in his body. In fact, it wasn't easy for his cultivation to recover to the mid-level quasi-supremacy. He directly stood up from the ground and waved his right hand. The ninth heaven star's sword that was inserted into the ground immediately flew up and disappeared into his big sleeve. The catastrophe of the monster race's ancestral land was resolved by Gu Fei. At this moment, the great demons in the monster race's ancestral land felt as though they had escaped from a great disaster. Gu Fei actually didn't die. In a secret place in the heaven realm, a group of people was very disappointed when they received the news of the ancestor demons' defeat. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that Gu Fei was simply an undying cockroach? Even the ancestor demons, with such great power, couldn't kill him. The experts in the heaven realm and the human realm didn't know that the ninth heaven star sword had actually killed the ancestor great demon of the ancestral realm. That was the ancestor of the extreme Tao realm ancestor demons, but his body and soul were destroyed just like that. Go contact those people and see if there's a chance to kill Gu Fei while he's weak. An old man gritted his teeth and said. They had great enmity with Gu Fei and couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei's body into 1,000 pieces. All right. A middle-aged expert accepted the order and immediately left. When the true body of the primordial great emperor descends, both Gu Fei and the old tortoise will die. The old man said hatefully. The remnants of the primordial era were ready to make trouble, and the figure of the heavenly demon descendant appeared again. There was also the Buddhist sect. There were many grievances between the monster race and the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect had subdued many great demons and conferred them as demon gods for them to order around. In the past, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord had entered the heaven realm and then disappeared without a trace. However, the Western Desert Buddhist sect of the heavenly realm had reappeared in the recent hundreds of years. The vanished ancient temples and Buddhist domain had reappeared. Everyone knew that the Western Desert Buddhist sect was not to be trifled with. Even when the great figures of the ancestral realm were sweeping through the heaven realm, they also encountered a tough opponent in the Western Desert. Some of the ancestral realm's experts had even fallen in the Western Desert. Some people saw great monk Heavenly Dharma appear in the Western Desert, and the little monk Fanshio also appeared in the Shilin ancient temple. They seemed to be looking for something. Even the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared in the Western Desert. Wherever he went, countless Buddhist great virtues submitted. The old tortoise and the little monk Fanshio were archenemies. When the old tortoise learned that the little monk Fanshio had appeared in the Western Desert, he immediately left the monster race's ancestral land and headed for the Western Desert. Gu Fei also followed. He was very interested in the Western Desert. What interested him the most were the supreme Buddhist artifacts of the ancient Buddha Lord. The ancient Buddha Lord had refined many supreme Buddhist artifacts in his life. He was one of the few existences that had refined so many supreme Buddhist artifacts. That year, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord had taken 3 supreme Buddhist artifacts from Gu Fei. Today, he wanted to meet the incarnation of the ancient Buddha Lord again. This is the Shilin ancient temple. The old tortoise and Gu Fei arrived at the Western Desert of the heavenly realm at the same time and appeared in front of the Shilin ancient temple. The ancient temple gave off an extremely ancient and vicissitude feeling, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Even the merciless years could not erase this ancient temple. Just as the old tortoise was about to force his way in, the closed door of the Shilin ancient temple suddenly opened and a little monk with white teeth and red lips walked out. The little monk came before Old Tortoise and handed a jade slip to Old Tortoise. What the hell? Chapter 4374. Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise were people who could not stay still. After breaking the ancestor demon's superformation, the heavenly realm and the human realm finally calmed down. Of course, this was only relatively peaceful. Both the heavenly realm and the human realm were surging. Some experts who had not appeared for a long time began to appear. Heavenly Monk Fa, Little Baldy Fanshio, all appeared in the heavenly realm. The Western Desert was originally a bitter cold place in the heavenly realm. Most cultivators were unwilling to cultivate here because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much thinner than other regions. Moreover, there were no spiritual lands or divine lands here. Even if there were, they were very rare. However, it was unknown when the Western Desert of the heavenly realm became the territory of the Buddhists. The Buddhists transformed this place into a Buddhist land. To be able to change the world and turn a bitter cold place into a paradise, this was not something an ordinary person could do. However, the Buddhists did it. Of course, the price they had to pay in order to change a region and turn it into a land of Buddhism was unimaginable. The Western Desert, Shilin Temple. It was not the strongest Buddhist force in the Western Desert, but the little monk Fanshio had appeared here. Gu Fei and the old tortoise naturally came to the Western Desert to stop the little monk Fanshio. This guy was too despicable. He had played dirty tricks and ruined the plans of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This time, they must let the little Baldy know how powerful they were. Gu Fei and the old tortoise did not actually want to kill the little monk Fanxio. They just wanted to teach him a lesson. Boom! A loud noise broke the silence of the Shilin temple. The heavy door of the Shilin ancient temple directly turned into countless fragments and shot into the temple. An extremely violent power spread out, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. Who dares to break into my Shilin temple? An old voice resounded. Then, a huge golden hand slapped out from the main hall of the Shilin temple and blocked all the fragments. Hee, I didn't expect a real dragon to appear in this place. A loud laugh rang out from outside the door. Then, two figures directly strode in from outside the door. You are? In the main hall, the voice was heard again. If I don't even know him, how can you survive in the heaven realm? A tall and formidable-looking middle-aged man walked in. This guy was Old Tortoise. His aura was really good. As he stood in the courtyard, his domineering aura leaked out. He was simply the reincarnation of an overlord. I was wondering who it was. So it's the demon lord. After that, an old monk in a kasaya walked out of the hall. Your big bald face is very unfamiliar. Old Tortoise was a little surprised to see the old monk. He was the leader of the demon race in the heaven realm. He knew all the powers in the heaven realm like the back of his hand. The Western Desert Buddhist sect was one of his main targets. The Shilin Ancient Temple was only one of the three major forces of the Western Desert Buddhism sect. The lord of the Shilin Ancient Temple was not the old monk in front of him. I've been in seclusion for a long time. When I wake up, the world has changed. My old friends are no longer around, so naturally, no one knows of my existence. The old monk said indifferently. So it's another old monster. Old Tortoise sighed. In this world, all kinds of demons and ghosts would jump out. Your Buddhist power is vast and unfathomable. Are you the disciple of the ancient Buddhist lord? Gu Fei walked out from behind Old Tortoise and probed. The disciple of the ancient Buddhist lord? The old tortoise couldn't help but be startled. The ancient Buddhist lord was very famous. He was the progenitor of Buddhism and created the cultivation system of Buddhism. The ancient Buddhist lord's achievements were no less than the supreme Tao ancestors. Both of them created a cultivation system that allowed humans to become experts through the cultivation physique they created. It could be said that the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor changed the entire human race, even the entire world. Not only the heaven realm, the human realm, but even other great realms. This was because, regardless of whether it was the Buddhist cultivation system or the Taoist cultivation system of the immortal Tao, humans were not the only ones who could cultivate. Other races could cultivate as well. In the Western Desert Buddhism, there was a Buddhist force that was completely formed by the ancient Buddhist lord. The leader of this force was a nine-headed golden condor. Legend had it that the nine-headed golden condor had listened to the ancient Buddhist lord's scriptures for many years. He had obtained the true teachings of Buddhism and became one of the three great Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhism. Who are you? The old monk did not deny it. Haha, you don't even know him. Then you don't need to stay in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise laughed. In the heaven realm, especially at this time, who didn't know Gu Fei? Even those mortals who didn't cultivate had heard of Gu Fei's name. Fellow Taoist, I really don't know him. Please enlighten me, Demon Lord. The old monk said with an expressionless face. At that moment, a group of bald men of all sizes rushed out of the hall. Leading them was a monk who was taller and stronger than Old Tortoise. He was covered in muscles from head to toe. This glaring Vajra was the highest authority of the Shilin Ancient Temple, the Shilin Buddhist Lord. No one would have thought that this Shilin Buddhist Lord was a big guy. Gu Fei? The moment the Shilin Buddhist Lord saw Gu Fei, he almost exclaimed, Is he that Gu Fei? The old monk still looked calm. The group of Buddhist experts behind him almost fainted when they heard the old monk's words. This old ancestor could still be so calm when facing such a ruthless person. It should be known that Gu Fei was a peerless villain in the heaven realm. Not only had he destroyed the Forbidden Zone and killed the Demon Lord, but he had also defeated the invading Extreme Mysterious Realm Lord and chased those fellows back to the Extreme Mysterious Realm. Now that he had defeated the primogenitor demons, he was in the limelight. Fellow Taoist Gu, what are you doing here? The Shaolin Buddhist lord forced himself to calm down. Nothing much. We heard that a friend of ours appeared here, so we came to take a look. Gu Fei shrugged. What? We have a friend here? The Shaolin Buddhist lord was stunned and surprised. Where is Fanxio? Ask him to come out and see me. Old Tortoise was getting impatient. Lord Demon, we don't have anyone called Fanxio here, the Shaolin Buddhist lord said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for him not to be nervous when Old Tortoise and Gu Fei arrived at the same time. These two fellows were famous villains in the heaven realm. They were peerless and powerful. It was already difficult for the Shaolin Ancient Temple to deal with one of them. If these two fellows joined forces, the Shaolin Ancient Temple would not be a match for them. Is that so? Old Tortoise threw the jade slip in his hand to the Shaolin Buddhist lord. Chapter 4375. Old Tortoise, you bastard. You want to catch me? Eats H*T. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. At this time, Shaolin Buddhist lord, who was holding the jade slip in his hand, had an extremely ugly expression. This little monk Fanxio was really hateful. He was trying to kill them. Just now, a little monk handed this thing to me. Old Tortoise crossed his arms and looked coldly at Shaolin Buddhist lord. What? This is impossible. Shaolin Buddhist lord was hopping mad. He was not going to take the blame. All right, hand over Fanxio. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, we really don't have this person here. An elder of Shaolin Ancient Temple said quickly, Fanxio is not from our Shaolin Temple. Another Buddhist elder chimed in. Facing Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, only the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord could still remain calm. The other higher-ups of Shaolin Ancient Temple could not calm down. Even they, who had trained to remain calm even if an ancient sacred mountain collapsed in front of them, could not do it. I want to search, Old Tortoise said loudly. At this time, his divine sense had already covered the entire area. As soon as Fanxio appeared, he would be able to sense his position immediately. Demon Lord, do you think this is your Demon Lord's ancestral land? You think you can search whenever you want? Shaolin Buddhist Lord said in a deep voice. That's right, this is Shaolin Temple. The higher-ups of Shaolin Ancient Temple behind Shaolin Buddhist Lord were furious. If Old Tortoise searched Shaolin Temple, what would the people of the outside world think of Shaolin Temple? The world would think that Shaolin Temple was afraid of the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, Fanxio has already left. You guys should leave. At this time, the old monk who had been silent suddenly said. Naturally, no one dared to underestimate the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. One should know that the Millennium Buddhist Lord was one of the strongest supremes of the human race since ancient times. Naturally, his disciple would not be weak. The old monk did not reveal himself, but Old Tortoise and Gu Fei knew that the strongest existence in the entire Shaolin Ancient Temple was this old monk. Hee, we naturally believe the words of the eternal Buddha Master's successor. However, if you want us to leave just like this, that won't do, said the Old Tortoise with a laugh. Then what do you want? Buddha Lord Shaolin stared at Old Turtle and said nervously. So much nonsense. Old Turtle was impatient. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Shaolin. Oomph! Buddhist Lord Shaolin formed a seal with both hands and pressed it forward. Bam! The two forces collided with each other, producing a muffled sound. Buddha Lord Shaolin only felt a powerful force coming from his opponent's hand. In the next moment, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. On the other hand, Old Tortoise was as still as a mountain. The higher-ups of the Shaolin Ancient Temple were all dumbfounded. This was their Lord Buddha, yet he was forced to retreat as soon as he made a move. It wasn't that the higher-ups of the Shaolin Ancient Temple had never heard of Old Tortoise's infamy, but they had never imagined that the Heaven Realm's Demon Lord was actually this strong. The descendants of the Supreme Emperor are indeed powerful. Just as Old Tortoise was about to attack again, a figure flashed in front of him and appeared in front of him. Haha, just in time. The Old Tortoise laughed and grabbed the man with his right hand. His palm instantly turned into the ancestral dragon's claw. Wherever the claw passed, cracks appeared in the void. The person in front of Old Turtle was the disciple of the Millennium Buddha. The void trembled and Old Monk's right hand turned golden. He pinched his 5 fingers and triggered the Buddha's power. The void trembled and the Buddha's seal was condensed. Boom! Old Turtle's ancestral dragon's claw collided with Old Monk's seal. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the surrounding people to stagger. Only Buddha Lord Shilin was barely able to use his Buddha light to protect his body and retreat. The Buddhist hall behind the old monk began to shake. Countless Buddha's inscriptions appeared on the temple, blocking the mighty force. Old Turtle was a little surprised. This temple was not simple. Old Turtle did not take a step back, and neither did Old Monk. The Buddha's seal resisted the ancestral dragon's claw. The two powerhouses were actually competing in essence chi. This was an extremely dangerous battle. As long as one side was weak, they would be killed. Haha, good. That's how it should be. Old Turtle laughed. This guy dared to compete with him in essence chi. He did not know how to write the word death, but soon, Old Turtle was speechless. He felt that Buddha's power was extremely vast. Not only did it block his demonic power, but it also seemed endless, which surprised him. I say, Old Turtle, you've met your match this time. Gu Fei was happy. How could he not know what Old Turtle was thinking? The direct disciple of the Millennium Buddha Sovereign. The Old Turtle naturally wanted to have a fight with him. If he defeated the direct disciple of the Millennium Buddha Sovereign, wouldn't it mean that the descendants of the Taihuang Emperor were stronger than the descendants of the Buddhist Sovereign? Rumble, sounds of wind and thunder came from Old Turtle's body. His demonic power was activated to the extreme, and lines of demons' inscriptions appeared on his body. In the next moment, a different kind of aura of the Great Path came out of his body. His power suddenly increased, and the surrounding void was constantly shaking. This guy, Gu Fei, was shocked. He did not expect Old Turtle to use his bloodline power so quickly. This bloodline power was Old Turtle's trump card. Sure enough, once the bloodline power was used, the old monk could not withstand it anymore. His body began to shake. Roar! At this moment, Old Turtle suddenly roared. A golden light suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows. In the next moment, a vast Buddha's power exploded from between his eyebrows. This Buddha's power was extremely pure, without a trace of impurity. Since ancient times, there was only one person who could have such pure Buddha's power, and that was the Millennium Buddha. Good Lord. Gu Fei sensed this Buddha's power and knew that Old Turtle had also used his trump card. That is, Old Turtle's heart trembled. He thought that once the bloodline power was used, he could defeat the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddha. Now, it was a tie again. Then let me see how strong your Buddha's power is. Old Turtle gritted his teeth and directly guided the Buddha's power to erase his bloodline power. He wanted to use the opponent's Buddha's power to cut off his own bloodline. Wah! Buddha's power entered his body, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this guy crazy? Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Using Buddha's power to erase the bloodline power was a good idea, but whether it would succeed or not was another matter. Chapter 4376. Gu Fei, an old tortoise, arrived at the western desert and went straight to the Shilin ancient temple. However, little monk Fanxio seemed to have expected their arrival. He actually provoked Old Tortoise, which could be considered as a show of strength to Old Tortoise. However, to Gu Fei and Old Tortoise's surprise, an old monk appeared in the Shilin ancient temple. This old monk turned out to be the personal disciple of the legendary Millennium Buddha, the personal disciple of the ancient Buddha Lord. Such a status could be said to be unparalleled in the Buddhist sect. One must know that the ancient Buddha Lord had disappeared. In the Buddhist sect, apart from the ancient Buddhist Lord, his personal disciple's seniority was naturally the highest. Although he did not find little monk Fanxio, Old Tortoise would not leave so easily. He directly confronted the successor of the Millennium Buddha. Rumble, Buddhist power and demonic power collided. The old monk formed a Buddhist seal and resisted Old Tortoise's ancestral dragon claw. The invisible power that emanated from both of them made the hearts of the higher-ups of the Shilin ancient temple palpitate. Wah! Old Tortoise suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which shocked Gu Fei. The next moment, he knew why Old Tortoise had spat out blood. This guy was too crazy. He was actually guiding Old Tortoise's Buddhist power to erase his bloodline. Using such an extreme method to cut off his bloodline, he would be seriously injured by his opponent if he was not careful. His body and soul might even be destroyed by his opponent. "You're crazy." Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. "Hee, I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed." Old Tortoise smiled and transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. "You." At this moment, the old monk was shocked. Was this guy really courting death? Did he actually give up resisting? The golden light that emerged from between the old monk's eyebrows emitted an incomparably bright golden light. Powerful Buddhist power continuously surged from the golden light. Soon, the old monk's body shook. The next moment, he felt a sudden burst of tyrannical demonic power from Old Tortoise's body. This demonic power was fundamentally different from Old Tortoise's. The old monk desperately channeled Buddhist power and finally blocked the tyrannical power that erupted from Old Tortoise's body. Bloodline power? The old monk was the personal disciple of the ancient Buddhist lord, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He immediately knew what the old tortoise was doing. However, so what if he knew? At this moment, the old monk was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only thing he could do was to use his Buddhist powers to continuously erase the power that was bursting forth from the other party's body. Soon enough, the old tortoise's body trembled, and fine cracks appeared on the ancestral dragon's claw on his right hand. Old Tortoise began to cough up blood. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. In the end, Old Tortoise still failed. Although the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddha Lord was powerful, it was impossible for him to destroy Old Tortoise's bloodline power. Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, Old Tortoise would be killed by the personal disciple of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Even if he could survive, he would be heavily injured. Without any hesitation, he threw out a punch. Boom! After a muffled rumble, a violent power exploded between the three. Old Tortoise and the old monk retreated at the same time. Only Gu Fei did not move. Old Tortoise stumbled a few steps and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was full of monster energy, and Buddhist powers were being forced out of his right hand. After the personal disciple steadied himself, golden Buddhist blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This shocked the Buddhist Lord of Shilin and the others. The strength of this old ancestor was undeniably strong. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Buddhist body sanctification technique. Out of the 12 students of the ancient Buddhist Lord, only one of them practiced the Buddhist holy body technique. That person was Buddha Ranbei. This Buddha's son Ranbei's cultivation had already surpassed the saint realm. He successfully took that step and became a quasi-supreme being. His Buddha body was extremely strong. Okay, Buddha Ranbei's body shook. In the next second, his entire body turned gold. Many ancient Buddhist symbols appeared on his golden skin. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were taken aback. They could not help but be moved by the invisible pressure emanating from the other party's body. Was this the legendary Buddhist indestructible Vajra body? This was the strongest Buddha body. It could fight against the demon's indestructible sky demon body. Now, Ranbei's entire body was like a powerful Buddha weapon. Every move he made was filled with power. He was extremely strong. He bent his legs slightly, and the next moment, he pushed himself up with force. Immediately, like an arrow released from a bow, he charged directly at Old Tortoise opposite him. Like a gold rainbow breaking through space, Buddha Ranbei slapped towards Old Tortoise. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then, he threw a punch at his opponent's golden palm. Bam! The fist and the palm collided in an instant, producing a dull thunder-like sound. Old Tortoise only felt a huge force coming from his opponent's hand, and he could not help but take 4 or 5 steps back, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each step. You borrowed the power of the ancient Buddha? Old Tortoise was shocked. The golden light between his opponent's eyebrows was bursting with Buddha power. Such a powerful Buddha power did not belong to the direct student of the ancient Buddha. I heard that when the ancient Buddha became an extreme leader, he was reborn and left behind 9 relics. Gufei suddenly thought of something and said, "Huh." Buddha Ranbei heard this and was shocked. "You know quite a bit." "I see." Only then did Old Tortoise realize that the ball of Buddhist light between the big Baldy's eyebrows was transformed from a Buddhist relic of the ancient Buddhist Lord. When the ancient Buddha became an extreme leader, he was reborn and left behind 9 relics that contained an infinite amount of Buddha power. Each relic's power was between a quasi-supreme and an extreme leader. When all 9 were gathered, they could unleash an attack from the ancient Buddha. It was obvious that Buddha's son Ranbei had only obtained a Sarira. Even so, the relic's power had increased the Buddha body's strength to a level that could make a normal quasi-supreme being feel hopeless. However, Old Tortoise was not to be trifled with. When Buddha Ranbei threw another punch, Old Tortoise reached out his right hand and grabbed Buddha Ranbei's fist. In the next second, an extremely powerful force exploded from his body. Old Tortoise's blood power exploded. His wounds healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. His monster body became stronger. Chapter 4377. The ancestor of the Shi-Lin ancient temple was Ranbei. Ranbei had been in seclusion for a long time and had only recently come out. With the help of the Buddha's relic, Ranbei had successfully broken through to the level of quasi-supreme. He had taken a very important step. Furthermore, he had the Sarira of the ancient Buddha Lord to nourish his Buddha body, and he had even cultivated the Vajra unbreakable Buddha body that no one had ever cultivated other than the ancient Buddha Lord. The indestructible diamond Buddha body was extremely strong. Right now, Ranbei was like a humanoid Buddha weapon. Even if a quasi-supreme Tao weapon hit him, it wouldn't be able to scratch his skin. Boom, boom, boom. When Buddha Ranbei moved through space, the space was filled with thunder. He tried to throw a punch, but Old Turtle caught it. Boom. A shocking power erupted from the Old Turtle's body. A faint and illusory figure appeared from his body. As soon as the figure appeared, all living things in the western desert could sense its existence. That is, the king's power. Some of the old-timers from the Buddhist schools were alarmed. All of a sudden, all the Buddhist elites in Western Desert looked over at the Shi-Lin ancient temple. All over Western Desert, golden Buddha lights shot into the sky and disappeared. Some Buddhist elites heard the news and hurried over to the Shi-Lin ancient temple. Haha, that turtle egg and Ranbei are fighting. In a small town 10,000 miles away from the Shi-Lin ancient temple, a little monk dressed in white who was sitting at a tea stall on the street suddenly laughed. The little monk had white teeth and red lips. He was handsome and had a bright smile. He looked harmless. No one could have imagined that this seemingly young monk was actually the unconventional little monk of the Buddhist League who had given the Old Tortoise and Mahakala such a headache. Where do we go next? Little monk Fanshio said quietly. Western Desert was the land of Buddhism. Everywhere, people believed in Buddhism. This small town was no exception. The owner of the tea stall was giving free tea to the monks. Little master, aren't you going to Thousand Buddha Mountain? The owner of the tea stall heard little monk Fanshio and laughed. Thousand Buddha Mountain? That's right, boss. Your words really woke me up. Thank you, boss. Little monk Fanshio stood up and clasped his hands at the tea stall owner. Then, he turned around and left. Myriad Buddha Mountain was a divine mountain in the central region of the Western Desert. Originally, there had never been such a divine mountain in the Western Desert. It had been moved here from another place by an almighty Buddhist cultivator. Because there were tens of thousands of Buddha statues on the mountain, it was called Thousand Buddha Mountain. Myriad Buddha Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of countless Western Desert Buddhist disciples. Every year, the 21st day of the third month was the day of pilgrimage in the Western Desert. On this day, countless Buddhist disciples would come to the Myriad Buddha Mountain to make a pilgrimage. According to the legends, the Myriad Buddha Mountain had descended from the heavens on that very day, crushing down onto the lands of the Western Desert. After that, shocking transformations began to appear in the bitter cold land. Myriad Buddha Mountain was considered by countless Buddhist disciples to be the origin of Buddhism in the Western Desert. and even the heavenly realm. No one knew what little monk Fanxia was looking for. Just then, in the empty space in front of the Western Forest Temple, Old Turtle and Ranbei were fighting. The two of them were moving extremely fast. They weren't using any techniques. They were just using the pure power of their Buddha bodies and their monster bodies to fight in close combat. This kind of fight was the most dangerous. If one showed a weakness, they would be torn to shreds. Old Turtle's monster body was very strong, but his opponent's diamond indestructible Buddha body was also very strong. Boom. Bam. Old Turtle and Ranbei kept fighting. The shadow on Old Turtle's body was becoming clearer and clearer. His blood meridians were exploding. The illusory figure was terrifying, and the power it released almost surpassed the extreme grade realm. However, there seemed to be an invisible shackle restraining the illusory figure, preventing it from breaking through to the extreme grade realm. That was not the power of God's punishment. It was the power of blood meridians. It could not break through to the extreme realm. Just like how Old Turtle could not cut off his father's Tai Huang bloodline, he could not become an extreme paragon. At this moment, there seemed to be a Buddha sitting within the Buddha light on Ranbei's forehead. He didn't know if Ranbei was controlling the Buddha's relic, or if it was the Buddha's relic that was controlling Ranbei. But one thing was for sure. This guy's fighting power had been boosted to the max by the relic. Although the Western Forest Temple was protected by the power of the Buddha, wherever these two elites went, they destroyed everything. Boom. After a loud noise, the two elites broke through the wall and fought outside. Tai Huang seal. Old Turtle roared and formed a seal with both hands. Boom. An infinite amount of heaven and earth spirit gathered. A giant seal appeared in space and headed for Ranbei. The monster power was extremely strong and strong. Ranbei's body trembled. Ranbei's body trembled. Old Turtle was getting serious. This was not the real Tai Huang seal. It was just Old Turtle's seal. Its power was not as strong as the real Tai Huang seal, but it was not to be underestimated. Holy Buddha eye! Ranbei's eyebrows shook. A Buddha light came out of his eyebrows and went to meet the big stamp that was coming down. Boom! The Buddhist light and the print collided. In the next moment, a destructive storm swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. Bzzz. The void trembled and a huge light barrier appeared, enveloping the entire Shilin ancient temple. Shilin Buddha leader activated the Western Forest Temple's protection array. Under the impact of the destructive storm, the protective formation of the Shilin ancient temple shook violently. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the light shield and interweaved into many Buddhist diagrams. Many Buddha statues appeared on the light shield. It was as if the ancient Buddha had descended and released an infinite amount of Buddha power. This Shilin Buddhist lord was baffled. A battle of this level could actually shake the Shilin ancient temple's protective array. It should be known that ever since the Shilin ancient temple's protective array was set up, no more than 3 people could shake it. But now, there were actually 2 people who could shake the guardian array. Shilin Buddha leader was very worried because Old Turtle and Ranbei were too strong. If either one of them wanted to kill him, they could do it without much effort. Quasi-supreme beings were not invincible. What do we do? If the ancestor loses, then our trip to Thousand Buddha Mountain will be for nothing. The higher-ups of the Western Forest Temple were very nervous. We have to go to Thousand Buddha Mountain. Shilin Buddha leader gritted his teeth. Chapter 4378. The Western Desert in the Heavenly Realm was the territory of Buddhism. The myriad Buddha Mountain in the Western Desert was like the spiritual mountain in the Buddhist kingdom of the West in the human realm. It was a supreme holy land in the hearts of Buddhist disciples in the heavenly realm. There was a sect on the myriad Buddha Mountain. This sect was one of the 3 major Buddhist sects in the Western Desert, the Myriad Buddha sect. The Myriad Buddha sect was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. According to legend, the ancient Buddhist lord preached on the myriad Buddha Mountain and passed down his Buddhist heritage. He didn't establish a sect. However, the person who listened to the ancient Buddhist lords preaching on the myriad Buddha Mountain established the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert, the Myriad Buddha sect. Later on, the Shilin ancient temple and the foreign Buddhist cultivators rose. The foreign Buddhist cultivators established the Blessed Buddha Temple, the #2 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. The Shilin Ancient Temple was the weakest among the 3 major Buddhist sects in the Western Desert. However, even the weakest Shilin Ancient Temple had experts overseeing it. There was even monk Ranbei, the direct disciple of the ancient Buddhist lord. At this moment, the old turtle and monk Ranbei fought in the sky and entered the starry sky. Boom! After entering the starry sky, the 2 experts didn't have any scruples and unleashed their full power. All the stars in the starry sky shook and the nearby stars directly exploded. Swish! Buddhist lights kept rushing out from Ranbei's glabella, tearing the void and piercing towards the old turtle. The terrifying destructive power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Buzz! The old tortoise's body shook, and a tortoise shell immediately emerged from his body to block the piercing Buddhist light. This turtle shell was very extraordinary. Back in the virtual sky world in the human realm, the old turtle was trapped in an absolute formation. Thanks to this turtle shell, he didn't die. Even after obtaining the Taihuang seal, he didn't give up on refining this Tao tool. Ever since he had become a quasi-supreme being, he had directly refined this tortoise shell into his natal Tao artifact. The defensive power of this Tao artifact was definitely one of the best among the quasi-supreme Tao artifacts. Huh, it can actually block my Buddhist lights? Monk Ranbei was shocked. The Buddhist lights were his trump card, and this was the first time he used it after coming out of seclusion. However, he didn't expect the Grand Emperor's son to be so powerful. He was able to block his Sarira Buddhist light without using the Grand Emperor's seal. What Monk Ranbei didn't know was that the Grand Sovereign seal was severely damaged when the primogenitor demons attacked the monster race's ancestral land. It couldn't be repaired in a short period of time. One had to know that the Grand Sovereign seal was a supreme killing weapon refined by the Grand Sovereign. One strike was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The higher the grade of a Tao treasure, the harder it was to repair after it was damaged. Of course, the Grand Sovereign seal was not an ordinary Tao treasure. It was a Tao treasure with a spirit and could repair itself slowly. To a certain extent, an extreme Tao treasure was also a kind of life. It was just like how a person could slowly recover after being injured. It was the same for an extreme Tao treasure. It could also slowly recover on its own. However, the recovery speed of a supreme Tao artifact was very slow. However, in order to repair a supreme Tao weapon, only a supreme existence of the supreme Tao level could do it. Therefore, neither the old tortoise nor Gu Fei could repair the Grand Sovereign seal. Since the Grand Sovereign seal was damaged, it naturally couldn't be used. Fortunately, the old tortoise didn't lack Tao treasures. This tortoise shell was one of them. Not only did the tortoise shell have shocking defensive capabilities, but it also had shocking offensive capabilities. After the tortoise shell blocked Ranbei's Sarira Buddha light, it instantly turned into a black tortoise and charged towards Ranbei. The legendary black tortoise armor? Ranbei had lived for countless years and was naturally knowledgeable. However, he could quickly tell that this black tortoise armor wasn't the one in the legends. Boom! Seeing the black tortoise pouncing towards him, Ranbei naturally didn't dare to be slow. He immediately formed a Buddhist seal with both hands and pressed forward. The Buddhist seal and the black tortoise's projection instantly collided. In the next moment, Ranbei's feet left the ground and he was sent flying. The Buddhist seal dissipated, and the black tortoise's projection also dissipated in the void. The creator of this Buddhist mystique was naturally the ancient Buddha Lord. Back then, the ancient Buddha Lord's Buddhist seal was used to subdue demons and demons. Countless experts submitted to him. Ranbei was the first generation of Arhat and had received the teachings of the ancient Buddha Lord. However, Ranbei's cultivation had reached its limit. Cultivating the ancient Buddha Lord's technique wouldn't allow him to become an honorable. He could only become an honorable by comprehending his own Tao. From the perspective of Buddhism, all living beings could become Buddhas. However, the only one who truly became a Buddha was probably the ancient Buddha Lord. Taoist friend, do we have any enmity between us? Ranbei suddenly asked. No. Old Tortoise replied. Since there's no enmity between us, why should we fight to the death? Ranbei continued. He turned into a Buddhist light and moved quickly in the void. He didn't attack again. You don't want to fight anymore? Old Tortoise stepped on the void. Every step he took brought him 10,000 miles away. Even so, he couldn't catch up to Ranbei. The Buddhist cultivation method is indeed unique. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw this. There's no enmity between us. There's no point in fighting to the death. Ranbei placed his palms together. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Old Tortoise spoke as he attacked. A giant black tortoise emerged from his body and leaped towards Ranbei. The power of the black tortoise's leap was shocking and shook the sky. This was Old Tortoise's life Tao item. Its power was not to be underestimated. However, Ranbei did not continue. He was like a Buddhist light. Though he was everywhere, he was untraceable. It was as if everything was an illusion. Old Tortoise's attack was strong, but he felt as if his attack was hitting nothing but air. There was no point in using his attack. Oomph! The ancient Buddha's air is only air. Old Tortoise stopped chasing. He didn't really want to fight to the death. To know that this was the ancient Buddha's air. Who knew what powerful Tao item or technique this guy had? Let's go. Gu Fei messaged Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise looked at Ranbei and flew towards Gu Fei. The two of them flew down from the sky. Little monk Fanxio was not at the West Forest Temple, but he was definitely in the West Desert. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei wanted to know what this guy was looking for. Time was passing. On this day, a Buddha suddenly descended upon Mount Million Buddha. Mount Million Buddha began to shake violently. It was as if a terrifying existence had awakened. At the peak of Mount Million Buddha, a figure appeared and disappeared. It was pure Buddhist power. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't even time yet. Why was Mount Million Buddha moving? There was still half a month until March 21st, but there were countless Buddhist disciples gathered near Mount Million Buddha. The number was still increasing. That is, a Buddhist cultivator from the human world saw the figure on Mount Million Buddha and was shocked. The incarnation of the ancient Buddha. How is this possible? That figure was the incarnation of the ancient Buddha who had disappeared for a long time. Back then, during the battle of the sky ruins in the human world, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared. At that time, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared and took away the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons that Gu Fei had obtained. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. Nobody knew why the incarnation of the ancient Buddha appeared at the peak of Mount Million Buddha. Oh, I didn't expect him to take the initiative. A little monk in white appeared at the foot of Mount Million Buddha. At this time, the entire Mount Million Buddha was filled with Buddhist disciples. Even the Buddhist cultivators from the human world were here. The experts of the Buddhist path who were cultivating on the myriad Buddha mountain were all shocked to the extreme. The entire myriad Devil Mountain was actually trembling. This was truly unbelievable. Especially the Million Buddha sect, the #1 power in the West Desert. The sect leader, Buddha Lord Luo, was the #1 cultivator in the West Desert. But now, this #1 cultivator was extremely respectful in front of this figure. Is he finally going to come out? An elder of the Million Buddha sect was extremely excited. The Million Buddha sect had protected Mount Million Buddha for countless years, not because it was a sacred mountain of Buddhism, but because they had other plans. Every year on the 21st of March, there would be a phenomenon on Mount Million Buddha. However, it would only last for a day before disappearing. For countless years, apart from a few old antiques in the West Desert, nobody knew the reason. But this time, the incarnation of the ancient Buddha actually appeared at the peak of Mount Million Buddha. This was a major event for the Million Buddha sect, because their mission might be coming to an end. Yes, at this time, in a city hundreds of thousands of miles away from Mount Million Buddha, Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of Mount Million Buddha. The world seems to have changed, the Old Tortoise said. Yes, it's different. Is the entire West Desert a trap? Gu Fei frowned. How extravagant! The Old Tortoise exclaimed. This wasn't something an ordinary quasi-supreme could do. It had to be at least an extreme supreme, but it was impossible for an extreme supreme to appear in the heaven realm. Could it be the ancient Buddha? The Old Tortoise suddenly said. Very likely. We should go there and take a look. Gu Fei's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at Mount Million Buddha. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could still see the sacred mountain of Western Desert Buddhism. Then let's go take a look. The old tortoise glanced at Gu Fei, then the two of them disappeared from the streets of the city. No one noticed them, everything was quiet. That's, for Gu Fei and the old tortoise, the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles was nothing more than a blink of an eye. When they appeared near Mount Million Buddha and saw the silhouette of the Buddha on the peak, they were both shocked. The ancient Buddha was someone Gu Fei admired. In order to deliver all living beings from suffering, the ancient Buddha resolutely established the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although he ultimately failed, he still won the respect of the various races. At this time, more and more experts appeared near the myriad Buddha mountain. Even experts from the primogeniture realm appeared near the mountain. Chapter 4379. Wind and clouds converged on myriad Buddha mountain. This was all because an incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord appeared on the peak of myriad Buddha mountain, attracting countless experts from the heaven realm to gather in the Western Desert Buddhist land. In a short period of time, cultivators could be seen everywhere in the Western Desert Buddhist land. Heaven realm was huge. Although it was a human world, the other alien races were very powerful too. West Desert Buddhist lands was only a part of Heaven realm. The entire western region of Heaven realm was extremely vast. Even West Desert Buddhist sect could not control it completely. West Desert Buddhist lands had some places that even Buddhist sect could not control. The extreme west of West Desert was a mysterious world of darkness. It was one of the famous forbidden areas of Heaven realm. Immortals, mortals, demons, Buddhist immortals, it was very difficult to come out after entering. That place was known as the Purgatory of Heaven realm, extreme Western Purgatory. There were unknown and powerful beings in that purgatory. At this time, there was a city outside extreme Western Purgatory. The city was branded with countless Buddhist seals. It was a Buddhist city. The Buddhist city was at the exit of extreme Western Purgatory. Its purpose was obvious. It was to stop the things in extreme Western Purgatory from coming out. This Buddhist city had existed for countless years, but it still emitted a powerful Buddhist aura. Even the black gas that swept out from extreme Western Purgatory would dissipate tens of miles away from the city. Roar. A terrifying roar came from extreme Western Purgatory. The black gas was vast. Within the black gas, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of powerful beings. Some powerful beings wanted to leave this ghastly place. However, they were blocked by the Buddhist city and could not take even half a step out. When Lord Su Chun comes out, I want to see if this city can still stop us. Someone was talking within the black gas. Lord Su Chun seems to be coming out in a few days. A purgatory being in the black gas nodded. Haha. A loud laugh suddenly came from the Buddhist city. Then, a tall bald man in a moon-white robe appeared on the city wall. With me here, don't even think about coming in. The bald man said in a low voice, "TCH, little monk, you think you can stop us?" An emotionless voice came from the black gas. Won't we know after trying? The bald man in the Buddhist city said disapprovingly, Humph, there are only a few more days. At that time, I'll make you wish you were dead. In the darkness, there was a powerful spiritual will fluctuation. Bring it on. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Baldy did not show any signs of weakness. All right, good, very good. In the darkness, the divine will rippled once more. At this time, the cities around myriad Buddha mountain were packed with people, and all the inns were occupied by foreign cultivators. What is he doing? Gu Fei, an old tortoise, had also arrived nearby. When he saw the figure on the myriad Buddha summit, he was shocked. What made Gu Fei feel uneasy was that the incarnation of the Millennium Buddha Lord was just standing there quietly, as though he had turned into a statue, not moving at all. The clone of the ancient Buddhist Lord would never appear at the peak of myriad Buddha mountain for no reason. There are quite a lot of people here. Let's just watch the show first. Gu Fei told Old Tortoise. All right, let's do that. Old Tortoise nodded. Then, they retreated 1,000 miles away and hid in the clouds, quietly watching myriad Buddha mountain. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were hiding, a great battle suddenly broke out on the ground below. Two powerful forces suddenly erupted, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void and spread in all directions. For some reason, the guys from the ancestral realm and an ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect suddenly fought. Gu Fei glanced down and saw that the expert from the ancestral realm was extremely powerful. He could tear a quasi-supreme being in half with just a split of his hands. Compared to the expert from the ancestral realm, the great ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect was much weaker. Soon, the battle ended. The expert from the primogenitor realm punched through the ancestral ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect. With a shake of his arm, the ancestral ancestor of the Million Buddhist sect exploded, his body and soul destroyed. The expert from the ancestral realm was a young man in green. Yi Beichen, the Eastern Supreme King of the ancestral realm? Gu Fei could not help but be stunned when he saw the young man. Why was this guy here? The Eastern Yi clan of the ancestral realm was definitely one of the most ancient and powerful forces in the ancestral realm. Compared to the Wood clan of the ancestral realm, the Yi clan was not just a little stronger. The Yi clan was even stronger than the Sky clan of the southern region and the Chu clan of the ancestral realm. It was a super ancient force that had been passed down for countless years, because there was Yi Qingtian in the clan. Who was Yi Qingtian? He had walked his own path and was an alternative eternal existence. What Yi Beichen? Yi Shichen? Old Tortoise asked. If we were in the ancestral realm, he wouldn't even need to make a move. Just the pressure he released would be enough to destroy your body and soul, Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Old Tortoise was shocked. He could not afford to offend such a powerful existence. Yi Beichen glanced in the direction of Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, then retracted his gaze. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Very soon, battles broke out in other places. The entire western desert Buddhist lands were in turmoil. When immortals fought, the common people suffered. This saying was not wrong. A quasi-supreme existence was already the strongest existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. Once a battle broke out between experts of this level, it would be very terrifying. They could wipe out a region from the ground and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. The destructive power was earth-shattering. All the forces were fighting, both in the open and in the dark. No one knew how many people would fall. In particular, the experts of the ancestral realm had great grievances with the experts of the heavenly realm and the human realm. From the beginning, the experts of the ancestral realm did not treat the humans of the heavenly realm and the human realm as human beings. However, with Gu Fei's powerful attack, those fellows from the ancestral realm were also afraid. Many of the experts from the ancestral realm had already left the heavenly realm. However, some of the experts from the ancestral realm who had no dealings with Gu Fei did not leave the heavenly realm. They had no enmity with Gu Fei, so Gu Fei would not target them. For example, the Yi clan and other forces with ancient inheritances still wanted to consolidate their territory in the heavenly realm and were unwilling to leave just like that. Boom! Just as the various forces were fighting openly and covertly, a loud sound suddenly came from Myriad Buddha Mountain. Then, endless Buddhist light erupted from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, illuminating the entire western desert Buddhist lands. Grandpa, that is, in a small town hundreds of thousands of miles away from Myriad Buddha Mountain, a child about 6 or 7 years old in ragged clothes looked at the sky in shock. At this moment, the entire sky turned golden. There was even a faint Buddhist sound lingering in the void, and a peaceful aura spread between the heavens and the earth. The child, who was originally ill, was illuminated by the Buddha's light that descended from the sky, and his illness instantly recovered by more than half. The Lord Buddha has appeared. An old man beside the child knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowing in the direction of Myriad Buddha Mountain. Tears streamed down his face. His only grandson had been gravely ill and was on the verge of death. Who would have thought that the legendary Buddhist light would appear? The Buddha's light could cure all illnesses. The Lord Buddha has appeared. This scene was happening everywhere in the western desert Buddhist land. Those who had been sick for a long time were all healed by the Buddha's light that descended from the heavens. It was too magical. Countless ordinary people saw all of this as the legendary Buddha's sign. The Lord Buddha had appeared to deliver all living beings from suffering. It wasn't just the human race. Other races were also undergoing shocking changes under the Buddhist light. Withered trees sprouted, and countless alien races that were on the brink of death were rejuvenated. Countless living beings were kowtowing in the direction of myriad Buddha Mountain. Good heavens! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He could see countless strange auras gathering towards myriad Buddha Mountain. That was the power of faith, or rather, the power of faith. The Buddhist sects were condensing the power of faith of all living beings to increase their providence. Of course, providence was too illusory. However, today, Gu Fei had witnessed this incredible method of the Buddhist sections. The faith of all living beings had turned into providence to protect myriad Buddha Mountain. This power was probably comparable to the power of the extreme path. Moreover, this power didn't trigger the power of heavenly punishment. How is this possible? The old tortoise was dumbfounded. He had also witnessed this shocking scene. Not only the old tortoise, but the other quasi-supreme existences also saw it. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Although this power was peaceful, once it erupted, it was enough to crush everything. It was no joke. The path that Gu Fei walked had nothing to do with providence. In fact, he didn't care at all. As long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter whether it was providence or not. He could destroy it all with a single punch. No wonder the Buddhist sects have been passed down for so many years and produced so many experts. The old tortoise sighed. The monster race didn't care about the illusory providence, but now it seemed that the Buddhist sects had indeed taken a different path. The phenomenon of the Buddhist sects had already appeared even before the 21st of March. Countless power of faith gathered toward myriad Buddha Mountain, and the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord at the peak of the mountain was long gone. Rumble. The entire myriad Buddha Mountain was shaking, and the mountain kept cracking, revealing pitch-black cracks. From time to time, golden Buddhist light flashed within the cracks. Myriad Buddha Palace. In a Buddhist city thousands of miles away from myriad Buddha Mountain, a little monk holding a purple gold alms bowl suddenly raised his head. Golden Buddhist patterns were faintly visible in his eyes. The immortal golden Buddha tree is mine. As the little monk said that, he directly turned into a beam of Buddhist light and rushed toward myriad Buddha Mountain. Ha ha, the myriad Buddha Palace has reappeared. I can't miss this opportunity. A figure emitting the divine light of the 5 elements appeared at the foot of myriad Buddha Mountain. This is an important place of the Buddhist sections. Trespassers will die. At this moment, an old voice sounded. An old monk stepped on a golden lotus and walked over from afar. It's him? Chapter 4380. Heavenly Realm, Western Desert Buddhist Land. Buddhist aura shone brightly. Boundless Buddhist aura erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha Mountain, enveloping the entire Western Desert. Under the Buddhist aura, countless living beings in the Western Desert benefited greatly. The Buddhist aura could expel diseases and pull those on the brink of death back from the gates of hell. The Buddhist aura could also strengthen the physique of living beings. Although it could not change the physique of countless living beings, it could make them stronger. The Buddhist aura was a miracle in the eyes of countless living beings in the Western Desert. At this moment, billions of living beings in the Western Desert knelt devoutly in the direction of the myriad Buddha Mountain. Their faith in Buddhism grew. The appearance of the Buddhist aura strengthened the hearts of all living beings in the Western Desert. The Western Desert Buddhist sect also took this opportunity to crazily gather the power of faith from billions of living beings. The power of faith could be converted into Buddhist energy. The myriad Buddha Mountain was gathering endless Buddhist energy. As a result, the myriad Buddha Palace was opened. The myriad Buddha Palace was a palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The ancient Buddhist Lord left his teachings in the human realm. In the spiritual mountain of the human realm, there was a Buddhist palace left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. That Buddhist palace was hidden in the blessed Buddha realm. In the heavenly realm, the ancient Buddhist Lord also left behind a Buddhist palace. This was the legendary myriad Buddha Palace. It was no secret that the myriad Buddha Palace was located on the myriad Buddha Mountain. One must know that the reason why the Myriad Buddha Mountain was called the Myriad Buddha Mountain was because of the Myriad Buddha Palace. Rumble. At this moment, the endless power of faith crazily gathered towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The entire Myriad Buddha Mountain shook and cracks appeared on the mountain. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Then, a huge figure riding on a black cloud broke through the layers of Buddhist aura and arrived at the Myriad Buddha Mountain in an instant. The black cloud suddenly retreated like a receding tide, swallowed by a black figure. Swoosh. The black figure directly rushed towards a crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. This is an important place of Buddhist sect. Don't be presumptuous. A golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack, blocking the black figure. Scram. The black figure roared and waved his right hand. Immediately, 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand and pierced towards the Buddhist cultivator. Buddha is merciful. The Buddhist expert formed a Buddhist seal with both hands, and the Buddhist seal rushed out of his hands and collided with the 5 black lights that pierced through the air. The Buddhist seal and the 5 beams of dark light immediately dissipated in the void. The Western Desert's Golden Buddha Supreme is indeed powerful. Someone whispered in the distant sky. Hee, it doesn't matter if he's not powerful. The Golden Buddha Supreme is an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with a quasi-supreme. Someone said, the Western Desert Buddhist sect really has a deep foundation. Old Tortoise said in a low voice. The inheritance of the Millennium Buddha Lord is naturally not weak. You should know that the Millennium Buddha Lord is one of the strongest supreme beings of the human race. Gu Fei nodded. My father isn't any weaker than others. Old Tortoise was not convinced. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. It was really difficult to say who was stronger between the Millennium Buddha Lord and the Tai Huang because these two supreme beings didn't meet. They were in different generations. The era of the Tai Huang was much earlier than the Millennium Buddha Lord. When the Millennium Buddha Lord appeared, the Tai Huang had already disappeared. At this time, the black figure and the Golden Buddha Supreme guarding in front of the crack of Myriad Buddha Mountain started fighting. The existence that dared to fight in Myriad Buddha Mountain was naturally not weak. The black figure was very strong. He transformed into thousands of figures, and the entire sky was filled with his figure. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the bodies of the countless black figures. Under the impact of this aura, the surrounding void seemed to solidify. The power of Yin? Old Tortoise was a little uncertain. It's the power of Yin, Gu Fei said. The power of Yin was fundamentally different from the power of Yin. To a certain extent, the power of Yin was between the power of Yin and the power of devil. Those who cultivated the power of Yin could become a devil or a god. Becoming a god or a devil was only a matter of a thought. A devil? When Old Tortoise heard this, his face immediately became gloomy. His ancestral land had almost been refined by the ancestral realm's ancestral demons. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of demons. Gu Fei shook his head. The black figure was very strong, and the power of Yin was also very powerful. However, it was not the power of devil. Otherwise, it would not have appeared here. It should be known that demons were the public enemy of the world. As long as a demon appeared, they would be surrounded and killed. Boundless Buddhist Dharma. At this time, the Golden Buddha Supreme guarding in front of the crack of Myriad Buddha Mountain shouted. The Buddhist voice was vast and mighty, and the countless black figures were all scattered. The black figure's true body was also revealed. What a good, boundless Buddhist Dharma! The black figure vomited blood and flew back. 1,000 Buddhas moved the cosmos. The Golden Buddha Supreme slapped his hands at the black figure. In the next moment, countless golden palm shadows appeared between heaven and earth. The void was filled with palm shadows, filling every inch of the void. The black figure was directly enveloped by countless golden Buddha palms. The countless Buddha palms directly slapped the black figure's body and then disappeared. In the void, the black figure stopped in his tracks in horror. What's going on? Old Tortoise was a little confused. He's dead meat, Gu Fei said indifferently. How is this possible? The black figure let out a miserable howl. In the next moment, countless rays of Buddha light rushed out of his body, and his figure instantly disappeared in the Buddha light. His body and soul were completely destroyed. That's right, this black shadow, a quasi-supreme that had appeared out of nowhere, was actually directly killed by this golden-bodied Buddhist supreme, not even leaving a trace behind. Even the legendary palm technique that descends from the sky, doesn't seem to have this kind of power. Old Tortoise muttered, "This is the 1,000 Buddha palms of Buddhism," Gu Fei said indifferently. Once this divine power was mastered, it would be like 1,000 Buddhas attacking at the same time. Its power was naturally ridiculously great. "You know quite a lot." Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Gu Fei said proudly, "Hee, stop being so smug." Old Tortoise did not think much of it. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were chatting, more and more cracks appeared on the 1,000 Buddha mountain. Through those cracks, one could vaguely see that there was another world inside the mountain. There seemed to be a chain of palaces inside the mountain, and pure Buddhist aura seeped out. The legendary immortal golden Buddha tree was in the 1,000 Buddha palace. Experts from all sides were eager to try, but with the golden Buddha supreme guarding there, no one dared to make a move. Chapter 4381. The western desert of the heavenly domain had attracted the attention of countless experts. The seal of the sacred mountain of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, Myriad Buddha Mountain, had been weakened to the extreme by some unknown force. Cracks had appeared. Through the cracks, people outside could even see the connected palaces inside. The palace of the ancient Buddhist lord was naturally extraordinary. There was another world inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Almost all the experts in the heavenly domain had their eyes on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Boom! In the depths of the extreme western purgatory, a demon city emitting boundless murderous aura rose from the ground. The huge demon city shook the heavens and the earth as it charged towards the demon city outside the purgatory. At the same time, in other places of the extreme western purgatory, demon city also rose into the sky. With boundless murderous intent, they charged towards the demon city outside the purgatory. Boundless black aura swept out from the purgatory, covering the sky and earth. Within the black aura, ghostly wails and divine howls could be heard. This was the soul-stealing demonic sound. If mortals heard it, their souls would immediately scatter. Even if cultivators heard it, they would also die. Buzz. The demon city outside the purgatory suddenly shook. Buddhist runes appeared on the city. The runes interweaved into Buddhist seals and rushed out of the city. Countless Buddhist seals formed a super huge net, blocking the black aura sweeping out from the purgatory. The huge net formed by the golden Buddhist seals not only blocked the overwhelming black aura, but also sealed the exit of the extreme western purgatory, blocking the countless purgatory living beings that wanted to rush out. Roar! Within the black aura, many huge figures appeared indistinctly. The terrifying and ferocious purgatory living beings were roaring. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge claw reached out from the black aura and slammed against the golden net. However, in the next moment, the Buddhist power on the golden net exploded and repelled the huge claw. Bam! Another dull sound was heard. A purgatory living being the size of a small mountain actually slammed against the golden net. However, the result was the same. It was repelled by the Buddhist magic subduing net and rolled into the black aura. What should we do? The true purgatory masters are about to come out. On the walls of the demon city, a group of Buddhist soldiers appeared. The leader was a monk in white with a golden necklace around his neck. Send a message to the sacred mountain immediately. The middle-aged monk stared at the golden Buddha net in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Yes, eldest senior brother." A young monk beside the middle-aged monk hurriedly accepted the order and left. Soon, a flare of faith shot out of Buddha City and disappeared into the horizon. However, just as the Buddha City sent out the signal for help, a huge black shadow appeared within the golden Buddha net. Endless black chi immediately converged towards the black shadow in a frenzy. The black gas gradually thinned out, and a demon city that was even larger than a mountain appeared in the sky. The demon city gave off an endless fiendish aura. Open! A powerful spiritual will rippled out from the Purgatory Demon City. In the next moment, the entire Purgatory Demon City collided with the Golden Buddha net. Boom! The Purgatory Demon City crashed into the Golden Buddha net. The huge Golden Buddha radiance vibrated violently. Countless demonic patterns emitted resplendent Buddha radiance. The Buddha net actually managed to block the Purgatory Demon City's collision. Moreover, the Buddha radiance on the Golden Buddha net continued to gather, and a huge Buddha shadow appeared in the sky. The Buddha shadow stretched out its right hand and slapped towards the Purgatory Demon City. Rumble. It was as though the entire sky was enveloped by the Buddha's palm. The Purgatory Demon City that was even larger than a mountain was as weak as an ant under the Buddha's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the Purgatory Demon City was slapped away by the Buddha's palm. When the Purgatory Demon City was slapped away, the huge Buddha shadow dissipated in the void and turned into spots of Buddha radiance before returning to the Golden Buddha net. Haha, Shuchen, are you defeated now? At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Another Purgatory Demon City appeared nearby. A huge demon shadow appeared in the sky above the Demon City and was laughing at the sky, seemingly very happy. Wushang, if you are so capable, then go ahead. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. At this moment, the Purgatory Demon City that was slapped away by the Buddha's palm rushed back from afar. The Buddha's palm attack looked extremely powerful, but it did not cause any damage to the Purgatory Demon City. Haha, alright, this Purgatory Master will show you what I am capable of today. The Purgatory Master named Wu Shang laughed and attacked. 9 drops of red liquid rushed out of the unperishable Purgatory City. In the next moment, the 9 drops of red liquid exploded at the same time, turning into a towering blood wave that swept towards the Golden Buddha net. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. Blood Purgatory Sea? The Void Purgatory Master's figure appeared on top of the city. When he saw the 9 drops of blood turn into a sea of blood, he was slightly shocked. You actually refined the Blood Purgatory Sea? How is that possible? The Void Purgatory Master said in shock. Hee. Wu Shang Purgatory Master only chuckled and did not say anything. At this moment, the sea of blood formed by the 9 drops of blood pounced on the Golden Buddha net. In the next instant, the Buddha seal on the Golden Buddha net dimmed. What? The Void Purgatory Master was shocked. It seemed like the Blood Purgatory Sea could indeed deal with the Buddhist sect's Golden Buddha net. Due to the existence of the Golden Buddha net, it was impossible for the creatures of the extreme Western Purgatory to escape. This was equivalent to sealing the extreme Western Purgatory. It was already impressive that the Western Desert Buddhist sect could seal the extreme Western Purgatory single-handedly. In the extreme Western Purgatory, there were 7 Purgatory Masters. Each Purgatory Master was an existence that could fight against a quasi-supremacy from the outside world. Soon, the Golden Buddha net was corroded by the Blood Purgatory Sea, leaving a huge hole. Oh no! All the Buddhist disciples on top of the Buddha city, outside the Buddha net, were shocked when they saw this. All the Buddhist disciples in the Buddha city knew very well that once the creatures of the Purgatory charged out of the Purgatory, countless creatures of the Western Desert would suffer a calamity. Haha, Void Purgatory, I'll make a move first. The Void Purgatory Master laughed heartily as he drove the Purgatory Demon City out of the hole in the Golden Buddha net. As soon as the Purgatory Demon City left the Purgatory, endless black murderous aura erupted like 100,000 volcanoes. The entire Western Desert was shrouded in darkness. That's endless evil aura surged from the west. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, who were near the myriad Buddha mountain, could not help but frown. It's not a pure demon, but it's also a great omen. Moreover, it's fierce and evil, Gu Fei said as he looked to the west. Oh no. Chapter 4382. The Western Desert of the Heavenly Realm was a different place. It used to be a barren land with sparse spiritual energy, but after the Buddhist sect's transformation, it became a Buddhist land. However, the far west was extremely dangerous. The Western Desert's Buddhist lands happened to suppress the evil in the far west. To the west of the Western Desert was the extreme west. It was shrouded in darkness all year round. Even sunlight couldn't shine in. It was purgatory, a terrifying purgatory. Even when the experts of the primogenitor realm fought everywhere, they stopped at the western desert. Those guys from the primogenitor realm clearly saw the danger. The western desert wasn't simple, and the extreme west purgatory was even more so. It was an extremely dangerous place. Could it be that those guys from the western purgatory have escaped? The old tortoise looked to the west in shock. He was the leader of the demon race in the heavenly realm. Naturally, he knew what was in the extreme west. It was a terrifying purgatory that had existed for countless years. The creatures in the purgatory were extremely powerful. Sometimes, they were even scarier than demons. Western purgatory? Gufei's expression changed when he heard this. The purgatory was a place even more terrifying than hell. The living beings there were all extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If the great evildoers escaped, they would definitely bring disaster to the entire heavenly realm. At that time, the entire heavenly realm would never have a day of peace. The Buddhists suppressed the extreme western purgatory with their own strength. I have to admire them. The usually unruly old tortoise sighed. Rumble. At this time, the myriad Buddha mountain was still shaking. Cracks continued to appear on the mountain. The entire mountain seemed like it could collapse at any time. However, with the golden Buddha standing guard, no one dared to step forward. The Buddhist light from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain became increasingly resplendent. Faint chanting could be heard in the void, as if a supreme Buddhist Lord was preaching. As the Buddhist hymns rang out, the auspicious atmosphere in the world multiplied. The entire western desert Buddhist land seemed to have turned into a true Buddhist country. Under the envelopment of the Buddhist light, all the Buddhist disciples felt as though their cultivation levels were constantly rising. Boom! Ha ha! A loud noise was accompanied by an insolent laughter, and a cloud of black gas came from the far west. In the blink of an eye, the black gas covered half of the sky. Everyone could feel the terrifying fiendish aura emanating from the black gas. A peerless, ominous being had arrived. How is this possible? How can this evil creature break through the golden Buddha net? The golden Buddha, standing guard in front of the myriad Buddha mountain, was shocked. Hee, is the golden Buddha net very powerful? An incomparably proud voice came from the black gas. Demon, don't be so arrogant. After saying that, golden-bodied Tao Master formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and blasted it at the black chi. Everywhere the Buddhist seal passed, the fiendish aura dissipated. Humph! A disdainful sneer came from the black gas. Then, an endless amount of murderous aura spread out, turning into a huge black hand that met the incoming Buddhist seal. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided. The two forces turned into a powerful destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The void shook and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water waves. After being hit by the golden Buddha, a part of the black gas dissipated. A huge demon city appeared in front of everyone, emitting a monstrous fiendish aura. As expected, the great ominous beings from the far west have really come out. Old Tortoise said in surprise when he saw this, "Let's just watch from the side." Gufei shrugged and said indifferently. Old Tortoise was speechless when he heard this. Golden-bodied Buddha? In the demon city, a strong wave of divine will spread out. A figure appeared in the sky above the demon city. The blurry figure emitted a terrifying aura. Wushang, are you the master of Wushang Purgatory? The golden-bodied Buddha stared at the figure with a solemn expression. Haha, I didn't expect someone in this world to know of my existence. The black figure laughed. At this moment, another loud noise came from the far west. Another cloud of black gas rushed out from the far west and instantly shrouded half of the sky. Void dust, you are too useless. Did you only come out now? The master of Wushang Purgatory said loudly. Wushang, you bastard. The Void Dust Purgatory Master scolded the master of Wushang Purgatory. This guy escaped after using the Purgatory Blood Sea to break the Golden Buddha net. However, he was stopped by the experts of the Buddhist sect in the Buddha city and a great battle ensued. Although he managed to kill those guys, He also lost quite a few experts of the purgatory. Haha, look at your flustered and exasperated face. Did you suffer a loss? The master of Wushang Purgatory was amused. Damn it, the Void Dust Purgatory Master was going crazy. However, this was not the time to settle the score with the master of Wushang Purgatory. Both of you come at me together. The golden-bodied Buddha put his palms together and said calmly. Buddhist patterns appeared on his body and swam continuously, occasionally forming ancient Buddhist diagrams. At this moment, the golden-bodied Buddha seemed to have merged with the entire myriad Buddha mountain. Every move he made could shatter the void of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting. The master of Wushang Purgatory sneered. He rushed out of the Devil City and punched at the golden-bodied Buddha. An extremely ferocious power exploded from the master of Wushang Purgatory's fist. The surrounding void immediately cracked. A punch that can move heaven and earth. This great fierce of the extreme Western Purgatory is quite capable. Gu Fei could not help but nod when he saw this. It's not as simple as that. Old Turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said, Buddha moves the universe. The golden-bodied Buddha's body erupted with endless Buddha light. Within the Buddha light, a golden Buddha hand slapped at the master of Wushang Purgatory. Boom! There was another loud explosion. The golden-bodied Buddha's Buddha hand collided with the master of Wushang Purgatory's demonic fist. The two figures were sent flying. However, the two experts immediately charged at each other again. They moved quickly in the void and fought endlessly. A terrifying, ferocious aura erupted from the master of Wushang Purgatory. It actually dispersed the surrounding Buddha light. This shocked everyone. Where did these people come from? In the primogeniture realm, the Yi family's king supreme Yi Baichen appeared in the sky. He crossed his arms and looked at everything coldly. He was a king supreme. Even though he could not use the extreme Tao in the heavenly realm, he still possessed an extremely powerful king supreme Tao body. Moreover, the Yi family's methods were unimaginable. Chapter 4383. In the land of the far west of the heaven realm, the Buddhist sect's golden light Buddha net that sealed the far west purgatory had been broken. The peerless great ferocious Wu Shang and the peerless great ferocious Su Chun took advantage of this rare opportunity to drive the demon city out of the western purgatory. The first to be attacked was the Buddhist city outside the extreme western purgatory. The ancient Buddha city had existed for countless years. However, this time, the Buddha city was in danger. The myriad Buddha mountain seal had loosened, which weakened the seal on the far west purgatory. The purgatory masters in the purgatory naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. The master of Wushang Purgatory had refined a part of the purgatory blood sea. The evil aura contained in the purgatory blood sea was the nemesis of the Buddha sect's golden Buddha net. This master of Wushang Purgatory was cunning. After breaking the golden Buddha net, he slipped away. Boom! At this moment, the Buddhist city that guarded the extreme western purgatory emitted an endless Buddhist light, directly dispersing the black aura in the world. A huge Buddhist figure appeared in the world. Boom! The Buddha shadow attacked the void purgatory master, who was rushing out of the purgatory. The entire sky was covered by the Buddha's palm. This attack slammed the void purgatory master and the demon city into the ground. Damn it! The void purgatory master roared angrily. The entire demon city shattered and shot into the sky. The evil aura shook the world and dispersed the endless Buddha light. Kill! Following that, countless black shadows rushed out of the demon city and pounced towards the Buddha city. At this moment, all the experts of the Buddha sect rushed out of the Buddha city. Both sides clashed and a great battle broke out. All of you, die! The void dust purgatory master roared and attacked. Countless black lights shot out of his body. Every time a black light flashed, a Buddhist expert would be pierced and fall from the sky. Demon, I will fight you. An angry roar sounded. In the next moment, an expert with Buddha light broke through the evil aura and attacked the void purgatory master. You are not worthy. The void dust purgatory master pointed a finger, and a dark light shot out from his fingertip. It tore through the void and pierced through the Buddhist expert's Buddha body. The Buddhist cultivator flew out and turned into ashes while he was still in the air, dissipating in the void. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. All the experts of the Buddhist sect that had charged out of the city turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. There were no golden Buddhist venerables among the experts of the Buddhist sects guarding the Buddha city. Only the golden Buddhist venerables of the Buddhist sects could fight against experts at the level of the master of the void dust purgatory. Even though they knew that they were no match for the enemy, these Buddhist experts did not cower and continued to fight with their lives on the line. In the end, all of them were annihilated. Although they all died in battle, they managed to kill a few of the Void Dust Purgatory Master's capable subordinates. The Void Dust Purgatory Master was shocked and angry. This was also why the Void Dust Purgatory Master hated the Void Death Purgatory Master. The few subordinates of the Void Dust Purgatory Master were his capable assistants. When the Void Dust Purgatory Master arrived at the Myriad Buddha Mountain, the Void Death Purgatory Master was already fighting with the Golden Buddhist Venerables. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Turtle's old acquaintance, Buddha Master Ranbei, also arrived. When the Buddha Master Ranbei arrived, a golden divine bird flew from the sky and landed on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. With a flash of Buddha light, a golden-haired middle-aged man in a kasaya appeared. "The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord is here?" someone exclaimed. At this time, another Buddhist chant came from the sky, and an old monk walked over step by step. The old monk looked ordinary. There was no Buddha light on his body, and all his teeth had fallen off. However, no one dared to look down on this old monk. This old monk was one of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land, the sect master of the Myriad Buddha sect, Buddhist Lord Mo Luo. Buddhist Lord Mo Luo was the strongest of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land. The more powerful he was, the more he looked like an ordinary person. This was returning to the natural state. Then, Buddhist Lord Shilin stepped on Buddha light and arrived at the Myriad Buddha Mountain. In an instant, the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain was filled with 3 Buddhist lords. This made the experts from all sides nervous. After all, these were 3 quasi-supremes. The power of the Western Desert Buddhist sect was not to be underestimated. At this time, 4 quasi-supremes had already appeared. However, everyone knew that this was far from the true power of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. What are you guys waiting for? Is the immortal golden Buddha tree going to come out on its own? Someone shouted. That's right. Let's attack together. Do we have to be afraid of these big baldies? Someone shouted. However, no one made a move. What a joke. These were the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert. Moreover, this was the territory of the Buddhist sect. The Myriad Buddha Mountain was filled with endless Buddhist power. Whoever made a move first would be unlucky. This is the Buddhist sect's territory. Trespassers will die. Buddha Master Ranbei said the same thing. Although the Buddhist sect emphasized mercy, they had their own methods of subduing demons. Since no one is making a move, then I will. Right at this moment, a voice resounded. After that, a tall and sturdy man like an iron tower walked over from afar. An extremely tyrannical aura erupted from the burly man's body. On the burly man's shoulder was a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was engraved with countless ancient Tao patterns. Trespassers will die? Then I, Hong Tiantu, am here to die. The man shouted. His voice was like a bell. Ah, he is the Hong Tiantu who terrorized all the forces in the central region with his hammer? The big guy from the ancestral realm's Hong clan? Someone exclaimed. Hong Tiantu was a quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm's Hong clan. He was sent to the heaven realm by the Hong clan. This guy was extremely strong, and his weapon was a giant hammer. Once the hammer appeared, it could destroy the sky and the earth. It was as if it could kill all enemies. Die. The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord's body swayed, and a pair of golden wings immediately appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he immediately turned into a golden light and attacked Hong Tiantu. Oomph! Hong Tiantu waved his hammer and smashed forward. Boom! The sky shook, and the Golden Eagle Lord's body appeared far away. He had been blown away by Hong Tiantu's hammer. Everyone was shocked. That was the Golden Eagle Lord, one of the 3 Buddha lords of the Western Desert. Hong Tiantu had blown him away with a hammer? Whoosh! The golden eagle Buddhist lord flapped his wings, and rays of golden light immediately rushed out from his wings, turning into sharp sword lights that pierced towards Hong Tiantu in an earth-shattering manner. Die! Hong Tiantu roared, and a metallic luster burst out from his body. He ignored the countless sword lights that pierced through him, and directly swung his sledgehammer at the golden eagle Buddhist lord to kill. The countless sword lights landed on Hong Tiantu's body and were all blown away. Such sharp sword lights could cut through the sky, but they could not even cut through Hong Tiantu's skin. A body practitioner? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. Hong Tiantu was not simple. This big guy was simply a quasi-supreme Tao artifact in human form. Chapter 4384. The Hong clan of the primogenitor realm could not be considered a first-rate force in the primogenitor realm. Even compared to the Wood clan that Gu Fei had destroyed and the Li clan that Gu Fei had beaten to a pulp, they were still much weaker. However, the Hong clan's body tempering technique was the best in the ancestral realm. Once cultivated to the peak, one's body could become a supreme, tyrannical, and invincible. However, there were no more than 3 people in the entire Hong clan who could cultivate their body tempering technique to the peak. Hong Tiantu was the one with the highest chance of becoming a supreme in the Hong clan. Hong Tiantu was extremely domineering. He brandished his sledgehammer and smashed through the void, sending one of the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist land, Golden Eagle Buddha, flying. When the other experts of the Western Desert Buddhist sect saw this scene, they were indescribably shocked. One must know that this was the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord, a Buddhist Lord who represented the strongest combat strength of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. At this time, the peerless evil Wu Shang and Golden Eagle Buddha fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. Wu Shang Purgatory Master merged with the Demon City, his combat power overpowering Golden Eagle Buddha. Once Golden Eagle Buddha is defeated, the Western Desert Buddhist sect is finished. Someone gloated. The Million Buddha Palace's seal continued to weaken. The Million Buddha Mountain continued to crack. Countless Buddhist inscriptions dimmed and then dissipated. A powerful force was awakening within the mountain. Evidently, there was more than just the Million Buddha Palace sealed within the Million Buddha Mountain. Many experts nearby stared at the Million Buddha Mountain. The seal's power was weakening. If the legendary immortal Golden Buddha tree rushed out, they would take action immediately. The immortal Golden Buddha tree had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. This immortal Golden Buddha tree might be average in other aspects, but its ability to escape was unparalleled. Even an extreme-grade supreme would be envious of the immortal Golden Buddha tree, let alone a quasi-supreme. Moreover, among those who came, other than the quasi-supreme, there were also true extreme-grade supremes. As long as they hid well and sealed their extreme-grade power, the heavenly punishment would not befall them. Of course, it was also dangerous for a true extreme-grade sovereign to appear in the heavenly realm. If they were accidentally killed by a quasi-sovereign expert, then they would really be extremely unlucky. Kill. At this time, Hong Tiantu roared and swung the sledgehammer in his hand towards the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord. Hong Tiantu's strength was boundless. Because he cultivated the Hong family's body-refining technique, his strength and physique were few in the quasi-supremacy realm. The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord didn't want to confront Hong Tiantu head-on because he knew that he was far inferior to this big guy in terms of strength. Confronting him head-on was no different from courting death. Whoosh! The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord flapped his wings and immediately turned into a golden light, dodging the attack. Boom! Hong Tiantu's hammer struck empty air, causing the void there to explode. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Clang! At the same time, the Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord flapped his wings, and rays of golden light rushed out from them. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The Golden Buddha light transformed into terrifying sword light. Each sword light sliced through the void and pierced towards Hong Tiantu. Haha, is this all you've got? Hong Tiantu didn't block the piercing sword light at all. He let the sword light hit his body. In the next moment, the sword light collapsed. What? The Golden Eagle Buddhist Lord was shocked to see this scene. Every sword light he shot out was enough to cut down the stars in the sky and break the incomparably stable void of the heaven realm. However, such a powerful sword light couldn't break Hong Tiantu's defense. It couldn't even cut through his skin. What a powerful Taoist body. How is it compared to you? Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Tisk, it's not comparable to me at all, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Even if the Hong family's body refining technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could only be cultivated to the extreme grade Taoist body. However, his Taoist body had surpassed the extreme grade. Hee, you keep pretending. Why don't you go and fight with that guy? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said. He actually didn't know that Gu Fei had surpassed the extreme grade in the ancestral realm and became an eternal supremacy. If it wasn't for the battle with the first demon of the ancestral realm, where that guy used his life to open the reincarnation cycle and cut off his cultivation, Gu Fei would have become a carefree eternal supremacy long ago. You want me to fight? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and suddenly revealed a trace of an evil smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Old Tortoise was taken aback and instantly retreated 1,000 miles away. You're quite fast at escaping, aren't you? Gu Fei shook his head. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Gu Fei lifted his head and saw a golden figure descending from the starry sky. It was like a golden star, descending from the sky towards the western desert. Rumble. A demonic city followed closely behind the golden figure and slammed down. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly shattered and annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. A monstrous, baleful aura spread in all directions. The surrounding stars kept exploding. The demon city displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. The surrounding experts were a little shocked. The master of purgatory of the extreme west was indeed powerful. He could actually defeat the Golden Buddha of the Western Desert. The Golden Buddha was definitely the strongest existence in the Western Desert. He could fight against a quasi-supremacy. Boundless Buddhist Dharma. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, a saber light shot up from the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain and slashed towards the demon city that was pressing down from the sky. The saber light shot thousands of miles, as if it could split the entire world in half. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. Buddha saber? Gu Fei frowned. It seemed that the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons that were taken away were all in Myriad Buddha Mountain. Now that the Buddha saber had appeared, it was a supreme Buddhist weapon that was extremely powerful. Of course, in the heavenly realm, it was impossible for a supreme Buddhist weapon to appear. However, the power of this saber was not something that just anyone could withstand. Haha, even if it was the eternal Buddha, I would not be afraid, much less an incarnation. Lord Lifeless Purgatory's arrogant laughter came from the demon city that was descending from the sky. The entire demon city was a supreme Tao artifact. That year, it was the eternal Buddha Lord who personally sealed the 7 great evils that wreaked havoc in the heavenly realm into the extreme Western Purgatory. Countless years had passed, and the 7 great evils had become the current 7 great Western Purgatory masters. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Buddha saber that shot up to the sky ruthlessly slashed down on the demon city. It was unknown how long the ancient devil cities had existed. Each of them was a supreme Tao treasure, and they were the greatest reliance of the Purgatory Lord. Only when the Purgatory Lord became one with the devil cities would he be able to unleash his greatest combat prowess. Boom! With a loud sound, the demon city was blocked. The fiendish aura descending from the demon city was broken by the saber light and dissipated in the void. The Buddha light dissipated, and a huge Buddha saber appeared in the sky above the demon city. The fiendish power was too strong. The eternal Buddha Purgatory's master actually grabbed the huge Buddha saber with one hand. Man and city combined, invincible. Shatter! Wu Shang roared angrily. The power that the entire demon city had accumulated for countless years was activated by him. Then, it gathered towards the hand that grabbed the Buddha saber. Clang! The Buddha saber in the sky actually broke into pieces. Grab the Buddha saber and shatter it? Gu Fei was slightly moved. This extreme Western purgatory's master was indeed capable. Man and city combined could actually unleash such powerful power. Were these people not afraid of attracting the heavenly punishment? Just as Gu Fei thought of this, thunder rumbled from the depths of the sky, and a terrifying destructive power descended from the depths of the sky. Under this destructive aura, all living beings in the world were terrified. Even the quasi-supremes from the heaven domain and the experts from the primogenitor realm felt their hearts palpitate. The destructive power that descended from the sky could actually threaten them, especially the quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm and even the supreme supremes who had their cultivation sealed. They all felt a great threat. This world has the power to kill extreme supremes. It's true. The experts from the primogenitor's realm finally witnessed the power of this world that could kill an extreme-grade sovereign. I thought that power didn't exist. I didn't expect. Yi Beichen of the Yi family from the primogenitor realm looked up into the sky. His expression was a little complicated. He was a king supreme. However, at this moment, he realized that this world actually had such power. Yi Beichen believed that even if he unsealed himself and displayed his strongest power, he wouldn't be able to survive under this power. At this moment, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. This huge hand grabbed at the void. Countless Buddhist lights gathered from all directions and turned into a Buddhist saber. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Buddhist saber that Master of Void Death Purgatory had shattered actually reassembled and was intact. That is a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. How can it be destroyed so easily? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Even if he wanted to destroy the extreme-grade Dao treasure, he had to recover his extreme-grade Dao cultivation base. However, the undying Purgatory Master's current strength seemed to have exceeded the limit allowed by heaven's punishment. Rumble. At this moment, bolts of destructive lightning descended from the depths of the sky, bombarding the demon city. Come. I want to see what this heavenly punishment can do to me. Master of Void Death Purgatory laughed crazily. He didn't care about the heavenly punishment at all. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. When the destructive lightning slammed into the immortal Devil City, it actually blasted out huge holes. The immortal Devil City that had existed for countless years actually couldn't block these lightning bolts. How is this possible? Master of Void Death Purgatory's expression changed drastically. Courting death. Chapter 4385. Everyone was shocked that the Master of Void Death Purgatory dared to challenge the heavenly punishment. They could not believe it. What did the heavenly punishment represent to the supreme beings of the heavenly realm and the human realm? It represented death. No one dared to challenge the heavenly punishment except for the old tortoise. However, the old tortoise did not challenge the heavenly punishment with his own strength. The price of challenging the heavenly punishment was too high. If the old tortoise had a chance to choose again, he would not have challenged the heavenly punishment. Boom! An earth-shattering boom drowned out all other sounds, and the destructive lightning that fell from the depths of the sky directly blasted into the demonic city in the sky. Every bolt of lightning that struck the demon city left a huge hole in the walls. Even though the demon city had accumulated power for countless years, it could not withstand a single blow. Soon, the entire demon city was riddled with holes from the heavenly punishment's lightning. Roar! A bolt of lightning descended, and a bone dragon that rushed out of the demon city was directly turned into ashes. This ferocious evil was very strong, and its cultivation was almost at the level of a quasi-sovereign. However, it could not even hold on for a breath under the heavenly punishment's lightning strike. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it turned into ashes. Preposterous! The Master of Void Death Purgatory roared. He tried his best to activate the power of the demon city to fight against the heavenly punishment. However, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were annihilated by the power of heavenly punishment. Yet he was powerless to do anything. How can he be so strong? The Master of Void Death Purgatory's hair was disheveled, and he looked like he had gone mad. He should not have been so arrogant as to think that he could fight against the heavenly punishment. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom! A lightning strike suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the Master of Void Death Purgatory. The Master of Void Death Purgatory fell from the sky into the Demon City and smashed into the Demon City Lord residence. Boom! The huge Demon City Lord residence exploded. It was destroyed by the Master of Void Death Purgatory. More than half of the ferocious evils in the City Lord's mansion were killed or injured in an instant. Some ferocious evils were lucky enough to escape, but in the next moment, they were all killed by the heavenly punishment lightning that descended from the sky. Roar! Life-Death Purgatory Master flew into the sky. The left side of his body had disappeared. His wound was scorched black and was still smoking. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, especially the Void Dust Purgatory Master. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the Void Dust Purgatory Master was. Among the 7 Purgatory Masters of the extreme Western Purgatory, the Lifeless Purgatory Master was definitely one of the top 3. Even the Void Dust Purgatory Master was not his match. However, even the powerful Master of Lifeless Purgatory could not fight back. He was beaten like a dog by the heavenly punishment. "You're courting death." Gu Fei shook his head. Even he didn't dare to go against the power of sky punishment. This Purgatory Master was so arrogant that he could ignore sky punishment. He was truly overestimating himself. "This guy is hopeless." Old Turtle came to Gu Fei's side and said gloatingly. The Purgatory Masters of the extreme Western Purgatory were all peerless beasts. Although they could not compare to the great beast Xian Huang, they were not far off. Moreover, there were 7 Purgatory Masters in the extreme Western Purgatory. If the 7 of them attacked together, even the great beast Xian Huang had to flee. The 7 great beasts of the extreme Western Purgatory were existences that could compete with extreme supremes. When man and city became one, they could unleash the ultimate combat power of extreme supremes. The eternal Buddhist master was able to seal the 7 great beasts of the extreme Western Purgatory alone. It was indeed impressive. Ordinary extreme supremes could not do it. Not even kings of supreme could. Yi Beichen of the Yi family of the ancestral realm was nearby. He knew that if he fought against the current life-death Purgatory Master, he would only be able to fight to a draw. To determine a winner, they would have to fight to the death. Moreover, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. "I didn't expect there to be such a person in this world," Yi Beichen muttered. Yi Beichen muttered. Ever since he crossed realms and entered this world, he vaguely felt that this world was different from the others. In his eyes, the resources of this superior world were considerable. With the strength of the Yi family, they could not devour everything. This place was not like those savage worlds. The living beings here knew how to cultivate, and quite a few supremes of the extreme Tao had been born here. Moreover, what surprised Yi Beichen was that this world seemed to have many secrets. Some places could even devour the experts of the ancestral realm. There was also a power that enveloped the entire world. It was called heavenly punishment by the people of this world. The power of heavenly punishment could kill supremes. Yi Beichen did not believe it at first and thought that the people of this world were exaggerating. However, it seemed that the power of heavenly punishment was truly terrifying. The people of this world were not exaggerating. The might displayed by the power of the heavenly punishment left Yi Beichen extremely shocked. This was a powerful force that even he could not contend against. According to my estimation, I'm afraid that only the old ancestor of my race can contend against this power. Perhaps existences in the extreme mystic realms can also contend against it. However, even in the ancestral realm, the extreme mystic realms are rare existences. Moreover, those fellows do not have time to care about other things. They only want to take that step forward. Yi Beichen muttered to himself. He was a king supreme and a genius that the Yi family had nurtured. He naturally knew many secrets of the ancestral realm. The old ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Qingtian, also thought highly of this junior of his. Yi Qingtian walked on a different eternal path. Yi Beichen knew about the existence of the eternal realm. He was also very clear that the supreme existences in the extreme mystic realms all wanted to achieve eternity. Such supreme existences could not cross realms and enter this world. Therefore, in Yi Beichen's opinion, the power of heavenly punishment in this world was invincible. Of course, he did not think that there were existences at the extreme mystic realms in this world. Kill. At this time, the master of undying purgatory could not back down. He could only fight against the power of heavenly punishment. However, he had already guessed the result of fighting against heavenly punishment. Boom! The demon city shook. Countless murderous energy erupted from the demon city and swept into the sky. The destructive lightning that descended from the sky was actually blocked. The master of undying purgatory's Tao body had also been completely restored. This fellow. At the sight of this, everyone was astonished. The combat power of the extreme Western Purgatory Master was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the existence of the power of heaven's punishment, this fellow would probably be able to sweep across the entire heaven world by himself. At this time, many experts arrived. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. A dragon shadow that was even larger than a mountain broke through the clouds and rushed over. It stopped in the sky 10,000 miles away from the myriad Buddha mountain. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. It's him? When Gu Fei saw the person, his eyes lit up. This fellow was one of his opponents in the past. He was Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 great sacred clans in the human world. Back then, Azure Dragon could compete with Gu Fei. Naturally, his cultivation was not that weak. Today, Gu Fei could tell that Azure Dragon had also cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. This fellow was impressive, but compared to him, he was still far from it. One should know that if Yi Fujian hadn't been forced into the reincarnation cycle by the first demon ancestor, that lunatic, he would have become a truly invincible eternal sovereign long ago. Even if Yi Fujian started from the beginning again, he would have already cultivated to the quasi-supreme realm. Gu Fei. When Azure Dragon saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be stunned. In the next moment, his eyes actually emitted a light that was even more dazzling than the stars in the sky. This fellow, Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. As soon as Azure Dragon saw him, his battle intent exploded. Did this fellow want to fight with him? At this moment, another figure appeared in the distant sky. It was an incomparably powerful figure. The aura emitted from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble and crack after crack in space. Golden-winged Little Peng Emperor? Gu Fei saw another familiar face. Just like Azure Dragon, the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor also erupted with boundless battle intent the moment he saw Gu Fei. Hey brother, you seem to have a lot of enemies. Old Tortoise nudged Gu Fei and said, They're not exactly enemies. Gu Fei shook his head. Whether it was the golden-winged Little Peng Emperor or Azure Dragon, he didn't view them as enemies. These two were merely opponents he had encountered on the path of cultivation. Of course, Gu Fei knew that he had many enemies in both the heavenly realm and the human realm. The remnants of the primordial era, the descendants of the heavenly demons, and the demons were all Gu Fei's enemies. When enemies met, they would fight to the death. However, when opponents met, they didn't necessarily have to fight to the death. At this moment, the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain suddenly changed. The endless Buddhist light emitted from the mountain peak suddenly disappeared, and 2 figures appeared on the mountain peak. One of them was the golden-bodied Buddha Supreme that had been blasted down from the starry sky by unperishable Purgatory Master. The other was the incarnation of the Millennium Buddha Lord. The two seemed to be setting up an array. Under their feet was an ancient altar. They're trying to restore the seal's power. Someone exclaimed, We can't let them restore the seal. Everyone was anxious. Once the seal of Myriad Buddha Mountain was restored, the Myriad Buddha Palace would be sealed back into Myriad Buddha Mountain. The legendary immortal golden Buddha tree that the Millennium Buddha Lord had obtained would also be sealed inside. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy this Myriad Buddha Mountain. Someone yelled out. In the next moment, a huge seal soared into the sky and blasted towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain from afar. Powerful quasi-supreme level energy fluctuations erupted from the Tao treasure. That's right, destroy this Myriad Buddha Mountain, someone shouted. Then, another quasi-supreme Tao treasure blasted towards the Myriad Buddha Mountain. It was a divine pearl that emitted endless divine light like a divine sun, illuminating the entire world. Then let's destroy it. Chapter 4386. The Myriad Buddha Palace was the palace left behind by the Millennium Buddhist Lord in the heavenly realm. The Millennium Buddhist Lord was one of the strongest supremes of the ancient human race. He created the Buddhist cultivation system and cultivated the ultimate Buddha physique that was known as undying and indestructible. However, the Millennium Buddhist Lord eventually disappeared. The Buddhist palace and the Buddhist Tao weapon that he left behind became the target of countless experts. Everyone wanted a supreme Buddhist weapon. The Millennium Buddhist Lord's palace contained the most ancient inheritance of the Buddhist sect. Whoever obtained the Myriad Buddha Palace would have the opportunity to inherit the Millennium Buddhist Lord's inheritance. That was but an extreme Tao inheritance, something even a half-supreme being's eyes would go red over, going crazy over. Even an extreme Tao supremacy would want to obtain the Myriad Buddha Palace. One must know that after obtaining this supreme inheritance, one would be able to establish their own sect. Rumble. At this time, the power of the heavenly punishment was still increasing. The Devil City and Master of Void Death Purgatory were already enveloped by the heavenly punishment lightning. Roar. Master of Void Death Purgatory roared crazily. An extremely powerful evil force erupted from his body to fight against the heavenly punishment. Under his feet was the Devil City that had been bombarded by the heavenly punishment lightning. There were no intact houses in the entire Devil City. Even the place where the City Lord's mansion was located had been replaced by a stretch of ruins. Countless great beasts were constantly bombarded by the heavenly punishment lightning, instantly turning into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. There are so many people hiding in this Devil City. Gu Fei watched from afar. The power of the heavenly punishment had been erupting for almost an hour. However, there were still great beasts rushing out of the Devil City and being bombarded by the power of the heavenly punishment. These purgatory masters are not simple. Old Tortoise stared at the figure in the sky above the Devil City and said with a serious expression, "However, so what if they are not simple? Under the heavenly punishment, they are dead for sure. You are still not going to make a move? Those fellows are about to break through the Myriad Buddha Mountain and rush in." Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. He had no intention of making a move at all. Boom. Bang. One quasi-supreme level Tao artifact after another tore through the void, bombarding the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The violent power shook the world, causing the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain to shake violently. The Buddhist runes on the mountain emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, condensing a powerful Buddhist energy to resist the attack of the quasi-supreme Tao artifact. However, the Buddha inscriptions on the mountain gradually began to dim. The attacks of the quasi-supreme Tao artifact were constantly wearing down the sealing power of the Myriad Buddha Mountain. At this time, on the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, the avatar of the Golden Buddha Sovereign and the Eternal Buddha Lord were doing their best to repair the seal. Buddhist runes kept rushing out of the bodies of the two Buddhist experts. These Buddha patterns entered the altar beneath their feet and then appeared on the surface of the Myriad Buddha Mountain, constantly repairing the collapsed Buddha patterns. However, the speed at which the Buddhist inscriptions were being repaired was far slower than the speed at which the seal was collapsing. The power of the Myriad Buddha Mountain seal was continuously weakening. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire seal collapsed. What's the rush? Let's watch the show first. The old tortoise wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The materials needed to repair the Supreme Sovereign Seal might be found in the Myriad Buddha Palace, but he wasn't in a hurry. Who in the heaven realm could resist him and Gu Fei together? The old tortoise was very shrewd. With Gu Fei around, he wasn't in a hurry. This tortoise shell is really hard. A quasi-supreme from the primogenitor realm roared. The quasi-supreme controlled a godly pearl that looked like a sun and crazily bombarded a crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain. The power of extreme yang erupted from the godly pearl, causing the crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain to become bigger and bigger. The others were also bombarding the crack on the Myriad Buddha Mountain, because the crack on the mountain was the weakest part of the seal. There are actually 23 quasi-supreme attacking. At this time, Gu Fei was also a little surprised. The myriad Buddha pilgrimage of the Western Desert Buddhist lands, myriad Buddha mountain, had actually attracted so many quasi-supreme existences. Moreover, these were only the quasi-supreme attacking. There were still many experts watching. Buddha is merciful. Just as the group of quasi-supreme was bombarding the myriad Buddha mountain, a Buddhist chant was heard. Then, a golden figure rushed to the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. This old baldy finally couldn't sit still anymore. The old tortoise said. The existence that rushed to the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain was the true #1 expert of Shilin ancient temple, Buddha Ranbei. The moment Buddha Ranbei rushed to the altar, his appearance suddenly changed. He became younger and younger, and his skin turned golden. He's also a golden Buddha supreme? The old tortoise was a little surprised. This guy was already a quasi-supreme when he wasn't displaying his golden body. Now that he was a golden Buddha supreme, this guy's cultivation actually soared to the peak of quasi-supreme. With this kind of cultivation, if he used a supreme Buddhist artifact, he could absolutely do whatever he wanted in the heaven realm and the human realm. Boom. In the next moment, endless Buddhist light appeared again. This Buddhist light was different from the Buddhist light from before. The Buddhist light that erupted this time turned into extremely sharp saber lights. Every saber light cut through the void of heaven and earth. The power that erupted had reached the limit allowed by the heavenly punishment. All the quasi-supreme Tao artifacts that were attacking the myriad Buddha mountain were directly slashed away by the saber lights that erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. What? The group of quasi-supreme was shocked. Some of the quasi-supreme with weaker cultivation directly vomited blood and retreated. The Buddhist saber lights continued to descend and blood appeared. A total of 3 quasi-supreme were directly killed by the Buddhist saber lights in the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Whoosh! A saber light actually slashed towards Gu Fei. It was like a golden rainbow piercing through the sky, capable of destroying the universe. It displayed an extremely powerful might. Humph! Gu Fei casually waved his hand and the blade light, which could kill a quasi-supremacy, shattered in the void. There was also a saber light that slashed towards Old Tortoise. This guy couldn't be bothered to move at all, and allowed the saber light to hit his body. The moment the saber light hit him, it actually shattered. It didn't even cut through his clothes. The surrounding experts were inexplicably shocked to see these two fellas easily block the peerless saber light that erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. Gu Fei is Gu Fei after all. The way Azure Dragon looked at Gu Fei changed. This strongest opponent seemed to be unimaginably powerful. He was afraid that he still wasn't Gu Fei's match. The little Peng Emperor's expression was also extremely solemn. He narrowly escaped death and obtained a great fortune. His cultivation broke through to the quasi-supreme realm. He originally thought that he could compete with Gu Fei this time. But now, it seemed that he still underestimated Gu Fei and overestimated himself. Endless saber lights erupted from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain, forcing countless experts to retreat. However, there were also some abnormal existences that completely ignored this peerless saber light. Chapter 4387. Master of Mortal Purgatory would not survive. Even Gu Fei thought that this guy was overestimating himself. There was only one outcome for challenging the heavenly punishment, and that was the destruction of both body and soul, unless Master of Mortal Purgatory was at the extreme mystic realm. However, it was obvious that Master of Mortal Purgatory was not at the extreme mystic realm. Boom! With an earth-shattering clap of thunder, a huge bolt of lightning that connected heaven and earth came crashing down from the sky. An extremely terrifying figure of destruction followed the lightning. That is, Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw that figure. He was not unfamiliar with this figure. He felt a familiar aura and power. Lightning Ancestor? Gu Fei muttered. The figure that fell into Master of Mortal Purgatory's demon city with the lightning was the Extreme Lightning Ancestor. More accurately, it was an incarnation of the Lightning Ancestor. Lightning Ancestor, the progenitor of the Thunder race. The power of the heavenly punishment actually had his power. This made Gu Fei vaguely understand something. He had long felt that the heavenly punishment was not simple. He also thought that the heavenly punishment was much more terrifying than the heavenly Tao and could easily kill an extreme supremacy. What kind of power was controlling the heavenly punishment? But now, he was starting to understand. Gathering the power of the supremacies, Gu Fei muttered to himself, "What are you talking about?" Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei in surprise. Before Gu Fei could speak, a huge explosion came from Master of Mortal Purgatory's demon city. The next moment, the entire demon city shook. The extremely terrifying power of the lightning Tao exploded. This power easily reached the peak of the extreme Tao realm. Boom! The entire devil city exploded. Even the sky was blasted open, creating a huge hole. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, causing all the experts to be terrified to the extreme. This power was many times stronger than the sealing power of the myriad Buddha mountain. The eruption of the power directly caused the arrogant quasi-supremacies to vomit blood and fly back. Even an extreme supremacy had to retreat. Only Gu Fei and the old turtle didn't move. Even King Supreme Yi Beichen of the primogenitor realms Yi clan shot up into the sky and into the distance. The power of Tian Fa was very mysterious. Although it was very strong, it did not affect other living beings. Otherwise, if the pressure of the peak of the extreme Tao were to spread out, not to mention the western desert Buddhist land, even the living beings of the heavenly realm would probably die. The heavenly punishment would only target those who triggered it. It would not harm the innocent. Gu Fei had already guessed why the heavenly punishment existed. The heavenly punishment suppressed all extreme Tao powers and was actually protecting the countless living beings in the heaven realm. Because if there was no heavenly punishment, once an extreme grade expert started a war in the heaven realm, not only would the billions of lives in the heaven realm be plunged into misery and suffering, but the entire heaven realm would also be destroyed. At this time, as the demon city was destroyed, Mortal Death Purgatory Master, who had become one with the city, also exploded. He did not even have time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. A ball of lightning exploded, directly obliterating all the evil power. In the next moment, the bolt of lightning instantly vanished, and it transformed into a blurry figure that shot into the sky and vanished into the depths of the sky. What happened? Although many people saw this, they did not know what happened. Even Yi Beichen of the Yi family in the primogenitor realm could not see anything. Only Gu Fei understood the reason behind this. He died just like that? At this time, seeing Mortal Death Purgatory Master die under the heavenly punishment, the Void Dust Purgatory Master almost peed his pants. That was Mortal Death Purgatory Master, one of the 7 purgatories. He is much stronger than me. Thinking of this, the Void Dust Purgatory Master's heart became even colder. He already had the intention to retreat. At this time, at the peak of Myriad Buddha Mountain, the 2 golden Buddha Venerables and the ancient Buddha Master's incarnation worked together to reopen the Myriad Buddha Mountain seal. In the next moment, countless Buddha patterns rushed out of the sacrificial altar under their feet. The Buddha power was vast in the sky and on the ground. Countless Buddha patterns interweaved to form a giant net, covering the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain. What? Someone couldn't sit still any longer. Once this huge Buddha pattern net completely enveloped the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain, wouldn't it directly repair the seal on the Myriad Buddha Mountain? This way, it would be difficult for anyone to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace. Ridiculous. This group of bald donkeys, someone directly cursed. Let me try it. At this time, Yi Beichen was about to attack. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of divine light. This divine light instantly turned into a heavenly sword, which pierced the giant Buddha light net. Everyone watched this scene nervously. The moment the heavenly sword pierced the Buddhist light net, it actually exploded. The power of the sword instantly surpassed the extreme grade. Above the sky, a destructive divine light immediately descended. The power of the heavenly punishment was activated. However, at the same time the power of the heavenly punishment descended, the exploded heavenly sword had already torn a huge hole in the giant Buddha light net. However, strangely, the power of the heavenly punishment only erased the power that surpassed the extreme grade from the explosion of the heavenly sword. It did not target Yi Beichen. Many people were shocked. They did not know how this fellow could avoid the heavenly punishment. This fellow, Gu Fei, looked at Yi Beichen with a solemn expression. He did not expect Yi Beichen to think of a way to deal with the heavenly punishment so quickly. It was really surprising. Among everyone present, only Gu Fei could see through Yi Beichen. When this fellow spat out the heavenly sword and pierced the giant Buddha light net, he had already erased the mark that belonged to him on it. The exploded heavenly sword no longer had any connection with Yi Beichen. It was precisely because of this that Yi Beichen could avoid the heavenly punishment. Yi Beichen laughed and directly rushed into the giant Buddha light net through the big hole. When everyone saw this, they also turned into conveyance lights and rushed into the giant Buddha light net. What? The Buddhist experts could not sit still when they saw this scene. On the myriad Buddha mountain, beams of powerful Buddha light rushed out continuously. In each beam of Buddha light, there was a Buddhist clan expert. These Buddhist clan experts blocked the experts who were rushing towards the myriad Buddha mountain. Without any unnecessary words, those experts started fighting with the experts from the Buddhist sects. At this time, Yi Beichen sent a Buddhist expert flying with a punch and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. He then punched a big hole in the mountain and directly rushed into the mountain. "Let's go and join in the fun," Gu Fei said as he took a step forward. In an instant, he passed through the giant Buddha light net and arrived on the myriad Buddha mountain. Just as he landed on the myriad Buddha mountain, he was surrounded by 3 Buddhist sect powerhouses. "Sir, please go back." The middle-aged Buddhist expert who was the leader stared at Gu Fei and said, "Please go back? Haha, what a joke. The two of us are not fools who enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed." Old Tortoise laughed and landed on the myriad Buddha mountain. "That's right. How can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Chapter 4388. The Western Desert Buddhism sect made a big move. Countless Buddhist inscriptions rushed out from the peak of the myriad Buddha mountain. The Buddhist inscriptions interweaved into a net, trying to trap the entire myriad Buddha mountain. The result of the Buddhist experts' actions was to repair the damaged seal of the myriad Buddha mountain in one fell swoop. Once the seal of the myriad Buddha mountain was repaired, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to break it. Moreover, who in the heavenly realm would dare to use the power of the supreme martial artist? The master of lifeless purgatory who was blasted into pieces by the heavenly punishment lightning was the best example. Even the King Supreme Yi Beichen from the ancestral realms Yi family did not dare to undo the seal on his body and restore his King Supreme martial artist cultivation. Once the seal of the myriad Buddha mountain was repaired, the myriad Buddha palace would be sealed within the mountain. No one would be able to enter the myriad Buddha palace. Therefore, everyone could not sit still. Hong Tiantu from the ancestral realms Hong family was even crazier. He waved his sledgehammer and attacked the myriad Buddha mountain. Anyone who stood in his way was blown away by him. Roar! Hong Tiantu roared and waved his sledgehammer crazily, smashing it on the mountain. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The mountain that he had smashed actually cracked open one after another. Open! Hong Tiantu waved his sledgehammer crazily and smashed it again. Boom! With a loud bang, the place that was smashed by Hong Tiantu's sledgehammer collapsed. A large hole appeared in the mountain. Through the hole, Hong Tiantu could clearly see the connected palaces inside. Haha, here I come. Hong Tiantu laughed out loud and directly rushed into the mountain. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked to the extreme. The powerhouses from the primogenitor realm were indeed powerful. Everyone attacked the myriad Buddha mountain with all their might as though they were on steroids. In an instant, the myriad Buddha mountain was filled with divine light and powerful energy waves shook the earth. At this time, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had also arrived at the myriad Buddha mountain. However, they were stopped by a middle-aged monk. Scram! Old Tortoise waved his sleeve, and the Buddhist expert was sent flying. He coughed out blood continuously. This was just a casual wave from Old Tortoise. Seeing this scene, the other experts were all taken aback. Come on, let's go in as well. Gu Fei raised his hand and blasted a big hole in the 1,000 Buddha mountain in front of him. A stream of pure essence of the world immediately gushed out from the big hole. There's a universe inside. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Old Tortoise also rushed in. This is a restricted area of the Buddha Palace. All non-Buddhist disciples, scram. At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace in front of them. In the next moment, an extremely powerful Buddhist energy erupted from the palace. In the next moment, cries of shock and agony filled the air. Many experts who had barged in were sent flying by this Buddhist energy. Humph! With a wave of his right hand, Gu Fei easily dispersed the powerful Buddhist energy that was rushing towards him. Then, he took another step forward and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the palace. Acting all mysterious, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed down. Rumble! The void trembled and a hand appeared above the palace. The entire world suddenly darkened and shrouded the entire place. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. It was fine if Gu Fei did not make a move, but once he did, it was earth-shattering. Haha, Gu Fei, don't waste your energy. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the palace below. Huh. Gu Fei frowned when he heard this, but he still slammed his palm down. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. Covering the sky with one hand and killing the enemy was not something that an ordinary quasi-supreme being could perform. Everyone watched nervously. Just as Gu Fei's huge hand was about to hit the palace below, a ball of Buddhist light suddenly emerged from below and directly enveloped the entire palace. Boom! Gu Fei's huge hand directly hit the layer of Buddhist light. In the next moment, the layer of Buddhist light shook violently and countless Buddhist patterns appeared on it. He blocked it? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, especially Old Tortoise who knew Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's palm showed the strength of a peak quasi-supreme being. However, the protective formation of the Buddha Palace could block a blow from a peak quasi-supreme being. Hee, this is interesting. Gu Fei laughed. If it was so easy to break the seal of the Buddha Palace, there would be no fun at all. Rumble. The huge hand that Gu Fei struck dissipated in the void. He took a step and directly returned to Old Tortoise's side. What should we do? Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise. What else can we do? Let's do nothing. Old Tortoise shrugged and said, if even Gu Fei could not break the seal of the Buddha Palace, it was even more impossible for him. Then let's watch the show first. As Gu Fei said this, he directly took out 2 chairs and a small wooden table from his inner world. He then took out some celestial fruits and ate the fruits while watching the show. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and was speechless. He also sat down and grabbed a bunch of celestial fruits to eat. These 2 guys. The group of experts looked at Gu Fei and Old Tortoise as if they were looking at monsters. These 2 guys really knew how to enjoy life. Even at this time, they were still watching the show. Let's work together to break the seal. Yi Beichen's voice was heard. Then, he rushed out and joined forces with the other 2 experts. Violent energy directly surged into his body. Kill! Yi Beichen roared and directly slashed at the palace below with all his strength. Whoosh! The extremely sharp sword light descended from the sky and directly landed on the defensive Buddha light on the palace. Where the sword light passed, the layer of Buddha light was directly cut open. However, the cut was not very big and it was not big enough for a person to pass through. A king of supreme being is indeed a king of supreme being. Gu Fei sighed. Yi Beichen still had some tricks up his sleeve. Again, Yi Beichen roared. In the next moment, the 2 experts from the ancestral realm directly appeared behind Yi Beichen. Then, they each pressed their palms on Yi Beichen's back. These 2 experts from the ancestral realm actually passed their cultivation to Yi Beichen. Roar! Yi Beichen roared at the sky. Heaven and earth trembled and violent energy waves spread from his body. His long hair danced wildly and his eyes were extremely terrifying. Open for me. Chapter 4389. Gu Fei pulled Old Tortoise along to watch the show. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Since they had already entered the treasure mountain, they could not return empty-handed. However, It had to be said that the Millennium Buddha Lord's methods were somewhat frightening. The interior of the myriad Buddha mountain was actually a world of its own. Yes, it was a world of its own. The myriad Buddha palace was located in the center of this world. It was sealed by the power of the entire world. If one wanted to enter the myriad Buddha palace, the only way was to break the seal. The myriad Buddha mountain was only an external seal. The myriad Buddha palace had an internal seal. Although Gu Fei had only made a move once, he had already figured out the myriad Buddha palace's seal. This seal was almost unbreakable unless the world was destroyed. The world created by the Millennium Buddha Lord was not so easily destroyed. Moreover, the power of heavenly punishment might also be present here. No one dared to break the seal on themselves and restore the supreme cultivation of the extreme grade realm. At this time, the experts who had attacked the interior of the myriad Buddha mountain attacked one after another. The 8 immortals crossing the sea displayed their respective abilities. Oh, this Yibaichen is not bad. He will be able to break the seal if he puts in a little more effort, Gu Fei said. At this time, Yibaichen attacked again. He teamed up with others and slashed with all his might. An immortal sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and fell directly on the myriad Buddha palace below. The sword combined the power of 3 quasi-supremes. Wherever it passed, the void was directly destroyed. Countless Buddha patterns in the void were destroyed by the sword light. Whoosh! The sword light fell on the layer of Buddha light above the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, a 10-meter-long hole appeared on the Buddha light, as if a golden curtain had been cut open. Enter! Yibaichen shouted. He became one with his sword and rushed in through the crack. The 2 experts from the ancestral realm behind him also turned into flowing lights and rushed into the myriad Buddha palace. The 10-meter-long crack on the Buddha light disappeared in an instant. This made the experts who rushed in from all directions jump. The internal seal of the myriad Buddha palace was too strong. However, when Yibaichen rushed into the myriad Buddha palace, what awaited him was a purple gold bowl. Bam! A purple gold alms bowl smashed heavily on Yibaichen's head, causing him to see stars and fall to the side. Who dares to sneak attack your grandpa? Yibaichen was furious. TSK, your grandpa? My grandpa, your ass. Bam! The purple gold alms bowl smashed fiercely onto Yibaichen's head, making him dizzy and unable to tell which way was north. A huge bump immediately appeared on his forehead. Roar! Yibaichen was on the verge of going crazy. At the next moment, countless sword lights burst out from his body, piercing out in all directions. As soon as the sword light appeared, screams rang out. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Yibaichen laughed maniacally. Yibaichen, you're crazy. In the next moment, a furious roar rang out. What happened? Yibaichen focused his gaze and saw 2 people standing not far away. They were covered in blood, and there were bloody holes all over their bodies. They looked extremely wretched. Haha! A childish laughter rang out, and a figure directly appeared from the void. This person was actually a child with white teeth and red lips. He wore a white monk robe and looked like he was only 7 or 8 years old. The child held a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. This person was little monk Fanshio. Haha! Little monk Fanshio laughed so hard that he bent over and even cried. I haven't had such fun in a long time, little monk Fanshio said while holding back his laughter. He was actually played by a child. This made Yibaichen want to die. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. He was a king of supreme in the ancestral realm. Even in the ancestral realm, a king of supreme was a high and mighty existence that overlooked the common people and controlled the life and death of billions of living beings. Haha, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise laughed until their stomachs hurt. This little monk Fanshio was too funny. He could even trick Yibaichen at this moment. At this moment, the experts from the ancestral realm outside the Million Buddha Palace were dumbfounded. That was Yibaichen who dominated the ancestral realm. This child actually dared to trick Yibaichen? Was he courting death? Preposterous. Yibaichen was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. Rays of sharp sword light surged from his body and circled around him. Each ray of sword light cut through the void. The two experts from the ancestral realm who were accidentally injured by Yi Beichen were also furious. Little fellow, are you tired of living? You're hanging yourself? One of the middle-aged men in black extended his right hand, and a battle spear immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful, murderous aura erupted from his body. Those who were friends with Yi Beichen were naturally not nobodies. When this person was angry, the weather changed instantly. The other person also took out a Tao artifact. It was a fan. When he waved it gently, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Haha, you want to gang up on me? Little monk Fanshio laughed. Gang up on me? Little guy, you really think too highly of yourself? Yi Beichen stared fiercely at little monk Fanshio and sneered. Sigh, I thought I could show off for once. Forget it. You guys play by yourselves. I won't accompany you. Little monk Fanshio suddenly laughed and slipped away. Swoosh. Little monk Fanshio turned into a ray of Buddhist light and rushed towards the Buddha palace below. Where do you think you're going? Yi Beichen did not think much and immediately chased after him. The other two experts from the ancestral realm also hurriedly chased after him. Hee, these guys don't know what's good for them. They even dare to chase after little monk Fanshio. Old Tortoise could not help but be amused when he saw this scene. Little monk Fanshio would definitely not play by the rules. He was also very curious about how little monk Fanshio was going to deal with these three guys. However, Old Tortoise knew very well that these three guys were definitely in for a tragedy. Gu Fei looked at the scene in the Buddhist light, but did not say anything. Soon, Yi Beichen and the others exclaimed and screamed in pain from the Buddha palace. They fell for it so quickly? Old Tortoise laughed. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Someone was attacking the internal seal of the Buddha palace. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the person who attacked was a woman in purple. She's here too. This woman was someone he knew. Qin Yao, the princess of the Qin clan. The princess of the Qin clan was also impressive. Qin Yao actually used a divine lightning bolt to blast a large hole with a radius of 10 feet in the Buddha light outside the myriad Buddha palace. Swoosh. Without hesitation, the princess of the Qin clan rushed into the Buddha palace. At this moment, the real experts made their move. Although the internal seal of the Buddha palace was gone, it was not impossible to break it. However, it required a special method. Chapter 4390. Let's hope we can find the materials to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal in the myriad Buddha palace. Otherwise, we'll have come in vain. Old Turtle muttered. He and Gu Fei didn't come to the western desert of the Heaven Realm just to stop the little monk Fanshio. Their main purpose was to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. The Tai Sovereign Seal was severely damaged in the battle between Gu Fei and the primogenitor demon clan. Even the God's will within the Tai Sovereign Seal was almost destroyed. It was definitely not an easy task to repair the Tai Sovereign Seal. Just the materials needed to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal were hard to come by. The material used to refine the Grand Sovereign Seal was the 9 heavens pure gold. Back then, when the Grand Sovereign was refining the Grand Sovereign Seal, he had traveled all over the Heaven Realm and the Mortal Realm before finding a piece of 9 heavens pure gold in the depths of the starry sky. It was easier said than done for Gu Fei and the others to find another piece of 9 heaven pure gold. But Old Turtle had a way. He learned from his uncle that the Buddhist Lord had once obtained a large piece of 9 heavens pure gold. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp were both refined from 9 heavens pure gold. There might be more 9 heavens pure gold in the myriad Buddha palace. If they could find it, they might have a chance to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. Don't worry. If we don't have it in the myriad Buddha palace, we'll go to the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Primogenitor realm? You dare to go there in your current condition? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, Haha, why not? Gu Fei laughed out loudly. Given his current cultivation state, even if he were to encounter an extreme Tao utmost being, he could still run away even if he could not beat him. If he were to anger this big bro and use his eternal true blood to awaken an eternal Tao weapon, even an extreme Tao utmost being could be killed. Of course, this was his final trump card. He couldn't use it easily. Every time he used it, his vitality would be greatly damaged. You think too highly of yourself. Old Turtle shook his head. The primogenitor realm that Gu Fei spoke of was a world where extreme supremes ran amok. No one knew better than him how strong they were. After all, his father was one. The Tai Huang was definitely the most powerful demon race supreme being since ancient times. Gu Fei still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. The entire 1,000 Buddha palace started to shake as an extremely powerful Buddha energy erupted. One after another, powerful figures were sent flying away. Buzz! The void rippled like water, and the Buddhist power was so mighty that even the old tortoise was somewhat moved. Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. With a casual wave of his hand, the mighty Buddhist power dissipated into nothingness. Even the corners of their clothes did not move at all. You're still the best. Old Tortoise sighed. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had dropped a lot during the battle with the ancestor demons, he sadly discovered that he was still no match for this guy. Haha, you want to come in? Not a chance. A childish voice came from the Myriad Buddha Palace. A young monk was laughing in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. This guy, I really want to slap his face with the soles of my shoes. Old Tortoise looked at the figure shrouded by the Buddhist light and gritted his teeth in hatred. Then go ahead and slap him. Gu Fei shrugged. This guy seems to be able to control the power of the Myriad Buddha Palace. Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed as he felt that something was wrong. You only noticed now? Gu Fei said indifferently. He had long noticed that the Myriad Buddha Palace was actually a Tao tool, an extreme Tao tool. He had to admit that the Millennium Buddha Lord was truly amazing. Since ancient times, the majority of extreme supremes had only refined one Tao tool in their lifetime, and that was their natal extreme Tao tool. Very few extreme Tao supremes could refine as many extreme Tao artifacts as the Buddhist Lord did. Preposterous. That little baldy is too despicable. All the experts who were sent flying were shocked and furious. Among these experts, there were even supremes from the ancestor realm who had sealed their cultivation. Haha, I've had enough fun. The three of you can get lost too. Little monk Fan Shio waved his hand and three figures flew out of the Myriad Buddha Palace and smashed into a mountain in the distance. Three human-shaped holes immediately appeared on the mountain. Roar! A deep roar came from the mountain. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the entire mountain exploded, and a figure soared into the sky. Little bald donkey, how dare you trick your grandpa? You're courting death. The person was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and there were even some places where blood was seeping out. This person was Yi Beichen, the supreme king of the Yi clan in the ancestor realm. The other two people rushed out of the sky full of dust. They were in a much more sorry state than Yi Beichen. Humph. I'm already very merciful for not taking your lives. Little monk Fan Shio stared at Yi Beichen and said, You. Yi Beichen was shocked and angry, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was in the Myriad Buddha Palace, and he did not dare to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace again. This guy was extremely powerful in the Myriad Buddha Palace. What's the background of this guy? Gu Fei looked at the figure in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace and couldn't help but ponder. The appearance of this little monk Fan Shio was extremely strange. He was dug out from the great tomb of the Millennium Buddhist Lord on the spiritual mountain in West Earth. Some people guessed that this guy was the reincarnation of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. There was a secret technique of reincarnation in Buddhism. This guy can't be the Millennium Buddhist Lord, right? Gu Fei pondered and said, What? How is this possible? Old Tortoise heard Gu Fei's words and opened his mouth in shock. The Millennium Buddhist Lord couldn't have transformed into a little monk and wandered the human world. However, this little monk Fan Shio was also not the incarnation of the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Gu Fei could see this point. Who cares who he is? Won't we know once we capture this guy? Gu Fei murmured. Then it's all up to you, little brother. Go, little brother. Old Tortoise patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, Let's wait and see. Gu Fei shook his head. Do you have any more? Your fruits are delicious. At this time, Old Tortoise had already eaten a large bunch of immortal fruits. The fruits were extremely sweet and melted in his mouth. When he ate one, he felt a cold air flow into his stomach and then spread to his whole body. It was as if there were lines of ice swimming in his body. It was such a comfortable feeling. This is the lunar fruit. You know your stuff, Gu Fei said as he flipped his right hand and another bunch of lunar fruits appeared in his hand. This was an immortal fruit that had condensed the power of the lunar force. Even an immortal would be frozen instantly after eating one, let alone an ordinary person. Only sages could enjoy the extreme fruit. Gu Fei directly threw the bunch of lunar fruits in his hand to Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise quickly caught it, plucked one, and threw it into his mouth. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise continued to eat the immortal fruits and continued to watch the show. Old Tortoise, do you dare to come in? Chapter 4391. Haha, Old Turtle, do you dare to come in? You don't dare, right? I can tell that you are as timid as a mouse. Little Monk Fanshio laughed. What did you say? Old Turtle stood up and roared at Little Monk Fanshio. This fellow was too despicable. He actually dared to ruin his reputation in front of everyone. He was the demon lord of the heaven realm, the leader of the demon race. Haha, do you dare to come in? Little Monk Fanshio continued to provoke. Old Turtle was furious, but he suddenly laughed. Fanshio, your provocation is useless against me, Old Turtle said and sat down. This fellow was purposely provoking him to enter the Myriad Buddha Palace. If he could fall for this, he might as well kill himself. At this moment, more and more experts gathered inside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Even the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao, was forced to retreat. She was the same as Old Turtle, a descendant of an extreme Tao supremacy. Most importantly, the empress of the Qin clan definitely had many powerful Tao artifacts with her. Haha! At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the Myriad Buddha Mountain. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. With a loud bang, a part of Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed. A black city had actually smashed through the mountain and rushed in. A terrifying fiendish aura erupted from the black city, causing the entire Myriad Buddha Mountain to shake. The experts near the black city all retreated. Haha, this is going to be fun. When Old Turtle saw this scene, he immediately laughed out loud. Gu Fei looked at the black city with a solemn expression. This black city was like a black primordial demon mountain. The aura it exuded was too powerful, and the power that spread out from the black city could shake the heavens and the earth. Such a strong power was already infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. In the unseen world, an oppressive aura shrouded everyone's heart. Old Turtle was shocked. This black city was much stronger than the demon city that was blasted into dregs by Tian Fa and the other demon city. They weren't on the same level at all. Could it be that the boss of the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme western purgatory is here? The Old Tortoise stared at the black city. The evil power that spread out from Heicheng actually blocked all the Buddhist power around. Heicheng's power could actually fight against heaven and earth. The boss of the 7 purgatory masters? What the hell is this? Gu Fei frowned. Among the 7 great purgatory masters of the extreme western purgatory, there are strong and weak purgatory masters. This boss is very terrifying. Legend has it that he had a great battle with the Eternal Buddha Lord. Although he lost, the Eternal Buddha Lord couldn't kill this guy. Old Tortoise said solemnly. If that's the case, then this is an awesome person who dares to challenge the Buddhist master of all ages. Gu Fei was finally moved. One should know that this guy couldn't even kill a Buddhist sovereign. This was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying he was. Io, here comes a big guy. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Fanshio immediately rushed into the Buddha palace below. Where is the Buddhist Lord? Come out and see me. An old voice came from Black City. It wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the Myriad Buddha Mountain. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Cough, cough. At this moment, there was a coughing sound and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Black City. This person was wearing a black robe and was covered in a vast and mighty Xinhuang energy. It was actually the eternal ominous Xinhuang. Eternal ominous Xinhuang appeared and silently appeared in the Myriad Buddha Mountain. After the terrifying existence in Black City saw Xinhuang, he was actually incomparably terrified. It is just an incarnation. Cough, cough. Xin Huang coughed. He seemed to be heavily injured, but he was still extremely strong. No one dared to underestimate him. This guy, Gu Fei, stood up. He seemed to have noticed something. What's wrong? Old Tortoise also stood up. Gu Fei didn't speak and just stared at Xin Huang and that black city in the distance. Rumble. Black City suddenly moved. The void around Black City shattered, and the entire Black City wanted to escape into the chaos. Can you escape? The corner of Xuan Huang's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. He stretched his right hand towards Black City. The entire Black City immediately quieted down and no longer shook. At the same time, Xin Huang took a step and instantly rushed into Black City. The true self has returned, invincible under the heavens. Eternal, ominous Xuan Huang's voice spread throughout the world. No. The existence in Black City let out an unwilling and angry roar. The entire Black City suddenly shook violently. A violent wave of power spread out from Black City. Boom. In the next moment, endless Xin Huang energy erupted from Black City and instantly enveloped the entire Black City. Within the Xin Huang energy, one could vaguely see two figures fusing together. Gu Fei's expression became solemn. This Xin Huang. Old Tortoise was shocked. Was Xin Huang the boss of the 7 great purgatory masters? This was definitely a great secret. One should know that the boss of the 7 great purgatory masters was an existence that could compete with the ancient Buddhist masters. Eternal, ominous Xin Huang was definitely a super antique. This is going to be a good show. Gu Fei sighed. When Xin Huang and his doppelganger fused together, his strength had definitely reached the peak. Even Yi Beichen felt an extremely dangerous aura from Black City. If the existence inside wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Kill. Xuan Huang's voice sounded directly from Black City. In the next moment, the entire Black City directly rushed towards Myriad Buddha Palace. Rumble. Black City, like an ancient demonic mountain, crushed through the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated. At this moment, all the experts hid far away. I'm just playing with you. Little monk Fan Xiu's childish voice came from Myriad Buddha Palace. Then, boundless Buddhist light erupted from the Myriad Buddha Palace. Amidst the Buddhist light, a series of golden figures appeared and charged towards He Chung, who was charging towards them. Buddha moves heaven and earth. Countless Buddhist figures directly struck out with their palms. The monstrous palm force turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept towards Black City. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy storm collided with the Black City, causing the entire city to shake. However, the Black City continued to press forward. This terrifying energy storm was directly smashed by Black City. Then, the golden Buddhist figures also exploded. What? Little monk Fan Xiu, who was hiding in Myriad Buddha Palace, turned pale with fright. The power displayed by Black City had already exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this eternal, ominous Xin Huang was indeed very powerful. Oh no, this is not good. Chapter 4392. No one would have thought that the incarnation of the great Omen Xin Huang was the leader of the 7 purgatory masters of the extreme western purgatory in the heaven realm. If an incarnation could become the leader of the extreme western purgatory, wouldn't the true body be even more powerful and terrifying? Thinking of this, even Gu Fei was a little moved. The great Omen Xin Huang was indeed not simple. After fusing with the incarnation, this fellow's strength had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. This is bad. Gu Fei had a bad feeling. Although the heaven realm had heavenly punishment, it was not impossible to resist it. As long as one was strong enough, the heavenly punishment could be ignored. Rumble. At this moment, the great Omen Xin Huang rode He Chung and broke through the layers of Buddha light, colliding with the Myriad Buddha Palace. Wherever He Chung passed, countless Buddha inscriptions collapsed. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. What a great Xin Huang! In the Myriad Buddha Palace, the little monk Fan Xiu directly entered a Buddha hall. In the next moment, huge Buddha shadows appeared in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. Every Buddha shadow was like a huge golden mountain, emitting a shocking fluctuation of Buddha power. Wow, every one of them has the strength of a quasi-supreme. The old tortoise was speechless upon seeing this. One must know that there were 18 giant Buddha shadows, which meant that they were equivalent to 18 quasi-sovereigns. This should be the weakest formation in the myriad Buddha palace. After all, this was the Buddha palace of the ancient Buddha Lord, which was also an extreme Tao artifact. The void trembled as a Buddha shadow made a move. A huge golden Buddha palm directly slapped towards Heichung. The golden Buddha palm shrouded the area, and swastikas emerged on the palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Under everyone's gaze, the golden Buddha hand slapped onto Heichung and a strong Buddhist force exploded. Heichung paused for a moment, but in the next moment, an extremely sharp light blade rushed out of Heichung and directly slashed the golden Buddha palm in half. What? In the world inside the myriad Buddha mountain, those Buddhist experts were all stunned. This guy was simply too strong. He could actually split the palm of a quasi-supreme Buddha image in half. The Buddha hand dissipated and Heichung charged over. Buddha is merciful. A Buddhist chant rang out as the 18 Buddha phantoms attacked at the same time. An unimaginably powerful Buddhist power burst forth, causing the entire world to turn golden. Endless Buddhist light enveloped the entire Black City. Mercy my ass, break for me. In the Black City, the mysterious yellow chi roared and the mysterious yellow chi surged. The entire Black City directly collided with the mighty Buddhist power. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosions, the entire world was shaking. The space around Heichung was collapsing and being destroyed. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of everyone, Heichung continued moving forward. The 18 Buddha shadows couldn't block him at all. The 18 Buddha shadows dimmed and in the next moment, they disappeared from the void. A layer of the Buddha formation outside the myriad Buddha palace was broken. Many Buddha runes interweaved and collapsed. However, even though the Buddha formation was broken, the Buddhist power gathered by the Buddha formation was devoured by the Buddha palace. An even stronger Buddha formation was activated. Wong. A few blurry images of weapons appeared in the void. Dang! The sound of the Buddhist bell reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing everyone's chi and blood to surge. Those with weaker cultivations directly retreated far away. The consequences of being affected by a battle of this level were very serious. A Buddha blade broke through the void and slashed out from the Buddha formation, instantly landing on Heichung. The mysterious yellow chi around Heichung was broken and the blade light slashed on the city wall, leaving a mark on that incomparably sturdy wall. This was the Buddha soldier formation. Each Buddha soldier corresponded to a supreme Buddha weapon that was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The might displayed by such a Buddhist formation was naturally extraordinary. However, the Black City continued to press forward in a domineering manner. Unless the ancient Buddhist Lord is reborn, all of you will die. Mysterious Yellow's voice came from within Heichung. You're courting death. Little monk Fanchio controlled the Buddha soldier formation with all his might. In the next moment, the 6 Buddha weapons within the Buddha soldier formation shot towards Heichung. Retrieve. A powerful devouring power suddenly erupted from Heichung. The 6 Buddha weapons that were slashing towards Heichung flew towards him. Of course, they weren't the real 6 Buddha weapons. Even so, the 6 Buddha weapons were enough to kill an ordinary quasi-supremacy. However, the Great Omen, Xian Huang, actually wanted to take away the 6 Buddhist armaments, and he succeeded. The shadows of the 6 Buddhist armaments disappeared from the Black City. Preposterous. Little monk Fanchio couldn't help but be shocked. Kill. Without any hesitation, the huge Heichung was like a mysterious yellow divine mountain as it charged towards the myriad Buddha palace. Wherever it passed, endless Buddha power was forcefully dispersed. Boom! Heichung directly collided with the sealing Buddha light of the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the layer of sealing Buddha light collapsed, and the entire Heichung directly crashed into the myriad Buddha palace's ceiling range. At the same time, the entire myriad Buddha palace lit up. A Buddha shadow appeared in the void and sat cross-legged in the sky above the myriad Buddha palace. Buddha and I are together. Subdue the demon. Little monk Fan Shio's childish voice came from the myriad Buddha palace. In the next moment, the Buddha shadow that was sitting cross-legged in the void directly slammed its palm towards Hei Chung, who was charging towards it. This palm was like an attack from the real ancient Buddha Lord. It directly shattered the void between heaven and earth. All right. In the Black City, the great ominous being Mysterious Yellow finally became serious. A mysterious yellow pagoda flew out of the Black City and collided with the Buddha's palm. Heaven and earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda? Old Tortoise's eyes lit up when he saw the pagoda. Even in that ancient era, this pagoda was very famous. Rumble. The pagoda directly shattered the Buddha palm and the Buddha shadow before smashing into the myriad Buddha palace. Clang. Just as the nine heavens Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was about to smash into the myriad Buddha palace, a purple gold alms bowl flew out and directly collided with the nine heavens Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. The nine heavens Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was blocked, but the purple gold alms bowl was knocked away. Too strong. In the Buddhist hall, little monk Fan Shio's expression was not that good. He waved his hand, and the purple gold alms bowl flew back into his hand. Countless cracks appeared on the alms bowl, as though it was about to break at the next moment. Mysterious Yellow, you bastard! Little monk Fan Shio scolded. He was not a kind person. Now that Mysterious Yellow had forced him to this point, he was really angry. Little brat, get your adults to come out and talk. Hei Chung continued to charge towards the myriad Buddha palace. Mysterious Yellow's voice spread throughout the world. Ha! Old Tortoise couldn't help but laugh when he heard Mysterious Yellow. This guy actually called Fan Shio a little brat? This guy was not a little brat. However, little monk Fan Shio had always looked like a kid. He was the same as he was in the past. He had not changed at all. Gu Fei laughed too. It was the first time he heard someone call little monk Fan Shio a little brat. Mysterious Yellow, do you really think you're invincible? Little monk Fan Shio gritted his teeth and said. In the next moment, he flipped his right hand and a Buddhist bell appeared in his hand. It was a simple little bell, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. However, the moment little monk Fan Shio activated the Buddhist bell, countless ancient Buddhist runes appeared on the Buddhist bell and an extreme aura surged from the Buddhist bell. Clang! The Buddhist bell flew up and shook, letting out a bell chime. The melodious bell chime seemed harmless, but the moment the bell chime rang, Hei Chung, who was descending from the sky, stopped. The bell chime spread throughout the world. At this moment, only the bell chime echoed between heaven and earth. The bell chime contained the supreme power of Buddhism and calmed everyone's state of mind. At this moment, everyone almost forgot about killing and could not produce any murderous thoughts. Kill, kill, kill. In Hei Chung, the great evil Mysterious Yellow roared crazily and a shocking murderous aura erupted. His murderous voice shook the nine heavens, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. The auspicious atmosphere between heaven and earth was immediately broken. Even the chime of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell was suppressed. All right, I'm not going to play with you, little brat. Go to hell. In Hei Chung, the great evil Mysterious Yellow stood on the altar in the square in the center of the city. In the next moment, he directly undid the seal on his body. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura immediately erupted from his body. Hei Chung shook and the surrounding void collapsed. At this moment, everyone in this world felt their souls tremble. Extreme Tao, everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one thought that Mysterious Yellow would dare to use the power of the extreme Tao. One had to know that the power of heaven's punishment could appear in this world. Sure enough, a terrifying aura of destruction immediately descended from the sky. Haha, Mysterious Yellow, I didn't expect you to court death. You are really stupid to the extreme. The figure of the little monk Fan Shio appeared in the sky above the 10,000 Buddha palace. Is that so? Mysterious Yellow stood on the altar in Hei Chung and suddenly grinned. The aura of the extreme Tao on his body was rapidly becoming stronger. Soon, his strength had soared to the peak of the extreme Tao. At this time, a destructive lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the great evil Mysterious Yellow on the altar. Pagoda, come. Mysterious Yellow waved his hand, and the ninth heaven black-yellow pagoda immediately appeared in his hand. Then, it rushed into the sky and directly blocked the destructive lightning that descended from the sky. An Extreme Tao Secret Realm Extreme Tao artifact? Gu Fei looked at the ninth heaven black-yellow pagoda that was bathed in the destructive lightning and could not help but be surprised. This Tao artifact turned out to be an Extreme Tao secret artifact. Chapter 43-93. Gu Fei knew very well that if he wanted to be unafraid of the heavenly punishment, he needed absolute power. The heavenly punishment was not the strongest. As long as he surpassed the heavenly punishment, he would be invincible in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. However, what level of power could surpass the heavenly punishment? The peak of the extreme grade? That was not enough. He needed at least the power of the extreme grade secret realm to surpass the heavenly punishment. In the ancestral realm, the peak of the extreme grade was not the strongest. There was another realm above the peak of the extreme grade secret realm. Above the extreme grade secret realm were the supremacies, and above the supremacies were the half-step eternal realm. The extreme grade secret realm was second only to the supremacies in the extreme grade secret realm. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the eternal ominous Xian Huang was a supreme existence in the extreme grade secret realm. This was the first extreme grade secret realm expert he had met in both the heaven realm and the mortal realm. Even heaven-defying existences like the Old Tortoise and the Qin clan's princess, Qin Yao, were only at the mid-level of the extreme Tao, while the great omen Xian Huang was many times stronger than these geniuses. At this time, a divine pagoda surrounded by Xian Huang Qi floated above the Black City, blocking the destructive lightning from the sky. Who said that I was courting death? Xian Huang stood on the altar in the city and said coldly, "Ha ha, the little monk who descended to the mortal realm has been slapped in the face." The old turtle laughed. In the myriad Buddha palace, the little monk Fanchio was also very depressed. This family can actually resist the heavenly punishment? Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They all knew how terrifying the heavenly punishment was, because the master of Void Purgatory had died under the heavenly punishment. The master of Void Purgatory was one of the top 3 purgatory masters in the extreme Western Purgatory. Even the powerful master of Void Purgatory could not resist the heavenly punishment. But now, the eternal ominous Xian Huang could. This guy was invincible. Thinking of this, many experts who had broken into the inner world of the myriad Buddha mountain retreated. This guy was invincible. Should they stay and wait for death? We still don't know who will be the winner. Gu Fei suddenly said, "What? Could it be that Fanchio can turn the tables?" Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei in surprise and said, "It's hard to say." Gu Fei said with a smile, "Little monk Fanchio was not simple. He would not be defeated so easily, even if his opponent was the ancient ominous being Xian Huang. Little guy, come out." The heaven and earth Qi soared into the sky, and its right hand grabbed at the myriad Buddha palace below. The endless heaven and earth Qi instantly condensed into a huge heaven and earth hand. This Xian Huang hand shrouded the entire myriad Buddha palace. The Xian Huang hand was trying to grab the little monk Fanchio, along with the entire myriad Buddha palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Extreme Path Secret Realm? The primogenitor realm's Yi family's King Supreme Yi Beichen was extremely shocked. That was the Extreme Path Mystic Realm, an existence that was almost invincible in the Extreme Path realm. He had cultivated for countless years, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the extreme grade. The peak of the extreme grade was the king of the extreme grade realm, but he still couldn't take that step and become an existence that surpassed the King Supreme realm. This place is really a pleasant surprise. Yi Beichen now realized that he had underestimated this world and the living beings that were born here. Just as Xian Huang hand reached for the myriad Buddha palace below, 3 beams of Buddha light rushed in from outside the myriad Buddha mountain. Each beam of Buddha light emitted an extremely strong wave of Buddha power. "They're here," Gu Fei said to the 3 Buddha lights. These 3, the corners of Old Tortoise's mouth curled up into a smile. It was Buddha Ran Bei, the gold body Buddha, and the clone of the ancient Buddha leader. The three elites from the Buddhist sects had arrived at the same time, and they rushed into the Myriad Buddha Palace. In the next moment, the entire Myriad Buddha Palace seemed to come alive. Inside the Myriad Buddha Palace, a Buddha knife was awakening. It was like a supreme being had just woken up from a deep slumber, and it emitted extremely sharp knife energy. The arrival of the three quasi-supremes from the Buddhist sects had activated the entire Myriad Buddha Palace. An endless amount of heaven and earth chi was gathering from all directions. The entire Myriad Buddha Mountain was becoming unstable, and the Myriad Buddha Palace was reviving. Let's go. The elites who were watching saw that things were not going well, and so they retreated. Only Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and a few elites did not leave. Even Yi Beichen left. They had to leave. A battle of this level, if they got caught up in it, it would be devastating. Even a king of supreme being would die. Yi Beichen did not want to take the risk, because he did not have a king of supreme being cultivation here. But some people were willing to take the risk and stay to watch. A battle of the extreme path secret realm was not something that could be easily encountered. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand that descended from the sky broke through the layers of Buddhist power and grabbed hold of the Myriad Buddha Palace. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Myriad Buddha Palace was lifted off the ground by the heaven and earth hand. Bzzz. Just then, the sound of a knife rang out from within the Myriad Buddha Palace. The next moment, a knife light rushed out of the Myriad Buddha Palace and clashed with the heaven and earth hand. The knife light flashed, and the heaven and earth hand was cut down. Another extreme path secret realm? Old Turtle said in shock. So you have already seen through it. Old Turtle could not help but admire Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Heaven and earth, do you think you have me? Little monk Fan Shio's figure appeared in the sky above the Myriad Buddha Palace. Behind him stood Ranbei and the other experts from the three Buddhist sections. In the next moment, an unexpected scene happened. The incarnation of the ancient Buddha, who was standing behind little monk Fan Shio, took a step forward and directly rushed into little monk Fan Shio's body. What? Old Turtle's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What was going on? Little monk Fan Shio's appearance was undergoing a shocking change. He actually grew up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, he became a 13 or 14-year-old boy with delicate features. But strangely, his bald head did not grow any hair, and it was still very shiny. Little monk Fan Shio's battle strength was also soaring, and his cultivation easily broke through to the extreme path secret realm. This is going to be a good show. The old tortoise sighed. The methods of this ancient Buddhist master were truly endless. Kill. Heaven and earth did not hesitate and directly attacked little monk Fan Shio. Countless heaven and earth chi turned into a shocking divine light that penetrated the Myriad Buddha Palace. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the air seemed to be frozen. This was the power of the extreme path secret realm. Even a supreme king at the peak of the extreme path would not be able to withstand a single blow from such power. Boom! Little monk Fan Shio blasted out a punch, and it directly shattered the countless penetrating divine light. It was as if the sky had been blasted apart by this punch. Little monk Fan Shio's punch actually erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Heaven and earth annihilation hand. Xian Huang was getting serious. A terrifying power of the extreme path erupted from his body. In the next moment, the entire interior of the Myriad Buddha mountain collapsed, and countless Buddha runes were scattered. It was truly a world of destruction. The world created by the ancient Buddha was finally destroyed, and even the Myriad Buddha mountain was collapsing. The experts who were watching the battle on the sidelines quickly retreated, and only Gu Fei remained calm. All the destructive power could not even get within 3 feet of him. Gu Fei also protected Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei's eternal Tao instrument was not asleep yet? His guess was half right. Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword had not completely fallen into a deep sleep. This was Gu Fei's trump card, and he would not use it easily. At this time, the destructive power formed by the destruction of heaven and earth had already arrived. Gu Fei did not make a move. Old Tortoise was shocked by this scene, but when he saw that Gu Fei was calm, he was relieved. With Gu Fei around, nothing would be a problem. Boom! Bang! The two figures directly fought in the chaos, and heaven and earth collapsed, turning into chaos. This kind of power that could destroy everything could not do anything to the two existences of the extreme path secret realm. At this time, all the experts had retreated, and only Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were still watching the show. You two, come over here. That little monk Fancio suddenly abandoned Mysterious Yellow and directly rushed towards Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. With a wave of his big sleeve, a powerful devouring power emerged from his sleeve, and he wanted to suck Gu Fei and Old Tortoise into his big sleeve. This guy, Old Tortoise, was frightened. Oomph! The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up. With a thought, a sword light directly flew out from his body, and the sword light directly strangled the little monk Fancio. Little monk Fancio was taken aback. He instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from this sword light. He instinctively dodged and dodged it. He looked down and saw that the sleeve of his right hand had been cut off. The sword light that flew out from Gu Fei's body made a turn in the void, directly flew back to him, and disappeared into his body. Your opponent is me. The ancient, ominous, mysterious Yellow roared angrily, breaking through layers of chaos, and attacked. Fancio could only turn around and fight the ancient, ominous Yellow. Fortunately, this battle did not break out in the outside world. Otherwise, the entire western desert of the Heaven Realm and even the Heaven Realm might be destroyed. The power of the Extreme Path Secret Realm was too strong, and it was the power closest to the eternal power. At this time, the entire western desert was in an uproar, and all the Buddhist disciples were extremely shocked. The supreme holy land in their hearts, Myriad Buddha Mountain, was actually collapsing. This was unacceptable to all the Buddhist disciples. This was the foundation of Western Desert Buddhism. As long as Myriad Buddha Mountain existed, Western Desert Buddhism would not disappear in the merciless years. Now, this supreme sacred mountain was about to cease to exist. How is this possible? Seeing this, the three Western Desert Buddhist lords were dumbfounded. Chapter 4394. In the Heavenly Realm, the sacred mountain of the Western Desert Buddhist lands, the Myriad Buddha Mountain had actually collapsed. This shocked everyone to the extreme, especially the three Buddhist lords of the Western Desert, Lord Shilin, Lord Golden Eagle, and Lord Maluo of the Myriad Buddha sect. They were the three giants of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Buddha Lord Imo Luo's heart was dripping blood. The Million Buddhist sect was located on the Million Buddha Mountain. When the Million Buddha Mountain collapsed, countless temples and palaces on the Million Buddha Mountain were destroyed. This was equivalent to the Myriad Buddha sect being annihilated. Of course, the Myriad Buddha sect's strength was still there. Lord Maluo was the strongest among the three Buddhist lords of the Western Desert Buddhist lands. His cultivation and combat strength were the first. The important figures of the Myriad Buddha sect had already escaped from the mountain. However, there were many things that they couldn't take away in time. The temples and palaces were all Buddhist buildings that had existed for countless years and had been blessed by countless Buddhist experts. It could be said that every brick and tile on the Myriad Buddha Mountain had a history. They were the treasures of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Most importantly, some of the stone carvings left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord on Myriad Buddha Mountain, as well as the stone platforms on which the ancient Buddhist lord once preached, couldn't be taken away. They were all destroyed. This was no longer a loss for the Myriad Buddha sect alone. It was a loss for the entire Buddhist sect. How is this possible? Could it be? The expressions of the three Buddhist lords were extremely ugly. The reason why the Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed was because of the collapse of the world inside it. Those people could actually destroy the world created by the ancient Buddhist lords. Were they not afraid of divine punishment from the heavens? Were they not afraid that their bodies and souls would be destroyed? However, the moment the Myriad Buddha Mountain collapsed, an extremely terrifying pressure descended upon the world. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. They saw a giant pagoda that emitted golden divine light. Bathed in divine punishment, it rushed out from the broken Myriad Buddha Mountain. Rumble. The aura of destruction swept across the heavens and the earth. The power of divine punishment that terrified billions of living beings erupted. Shadows appeared in the sky. The aura of each shadow seemed to be enough to destroy the entire world. Even the 3 Buddhist lords of the Western Desert were stupefied. Countless experts retreated like the receding tide. Those with weaker cultivation bases were sprawled on the ground, trembling. They didn't even have the thought of fleeing. Even the 3 Buddhist lords had to retreat. Under this pressure, they felt as weak as ants. At this moment, the great omen of the ages, Xian Huang, attacked with all his might. He used the 9 heavens black-yellow pagoda to block the heavenly punishment, while he personally tried to capture the myriad Buddha temple. However, to everyone's surprise, the little monk actually fused with one of the avatars of the ancient Buddhist lord. Then, this fellow's cultivation actually soared to the extreme secret realm. This was something that no one could have imagined. Boom! Just as little monk Fanxiu used the Buddha saber to cut down the ancient ominous Xian Huang hand, the void below the myriad Buddha palace suddenly exploded. A demonic hand tore through the void and grabbed at the myriad Buddha palace. The monstrous demonic aura immediately filled every inch of the void, and the demonic might shook the heavens and earth. What happened? The old tortoise was shocked to see this. What else could it be? The demon that was originally sealed by the myriad Buddha palace is about to come out, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? The old tortoise was taken aback. The myriad Buddha palace left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord actually had such an effect. The ancient Buddhist lord actually used the myriad Buddha palace to seal a giant demon. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying demonic howl came from the void. As the demonic sound spread out, ripples that were visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the void. As the demonic sound entered their ears, some of the weaker cultivators immediately roared. Suppress. Little monk Fanxiu did not dare to be careless. He directly activated the power of the myriad Buddha palace. A Buddha diagram immediately rushed out from the myriad Buddha palace and suppressed the demonic hand that was grabbing at it. Rumble. The Buddha diagram blocked the demon's hand, but it couldn't seal it. At this time, the void around the demonic hand was shattering. A huge demonic shadow wanted to break through the void and enter the world. The extremely violent demonic power was getting stronger and stronger. Clang! At the same time, golden divine chains rushed out from the myriad Buddha palace and entangled the giant demon. The upper body of the giant demon was immediately entangled by the divine chains. Roar! The giant demon roared crazily, and a powerful demonic power erupted. He struggled fiercely, and the golden divine chains that entangled his body immediately broke. Haha, unless the ancient Buddhist lord comes personally, you little guy, want to seal me again? Dream on. The giant demon laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of demonic fire at the Buddha diagram. Boom! The demonic fire instantly erupted and engulfed the Buddha diagram. The terrifying demonic fire burned the void and continued to annihilate it. What? Little monk Fanxiu, who was above the myriad Buddha palace, could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. At this time, the 2 golden Buddhist supremacies stretched out their hands and pressed on little monk Fanxiu's back. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder immediately sounded from little monk Fanxiu's body. Under the power of the 2 golden Buddhist supremacies, little monk Fanxiu's aura was still increasing. One eye of reincarnation. Little monk Fanxiu roared angrily, and a ray of Buddhist light immediately rushed out from between his eyebrows. On his eyebrows, there seemed to be a Buddhist eye that suddenly opened. The ray of Buddhist light instantly pierced through the demonic fire and went for the true body of the demon. The ray of Buddhist light that rushed out from between little monk Fanxiu's eyebrows was filled with a strange power. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to be able to send people into reincarnation. Buddhism was particular about reincarnation. It was not surprising that the ancient Buddhist lord had cultivated the reincarnation divine ability. Buzz. The void began to ripple like water. In the next moment, the ferocious demon was actually sent into reincarnation. However, very quickly, the ferocious demon shattered the void again and rushed out. Little monk Fanxiu was shocked. This ferocious demon was too powerful. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist lord really had to come personally to subdue this ferocious demon? Kill! That ferocious demon roared and charged towards the myriad Buddha palace. With a single move of its gigantic body, the surrounding void shattered into pieces. This ferocious demon was very strong. Even though it had been sealed for countless years, it was still much stronger than the current little monk Fanxio. The ferocious demon directly punched at the myriad Buddha palace. Everywhere the fist passed, the Buddha diagram that was enveloped by the demonic fire was directly sent flying. Boom! Chapter 4395. The appearance of a peerless fiendish devil changed the color of heaven and earth. Demonic aura engulfed the 9 heavens as demonic might shook the universe. In an instant, the entire world darkened. Countless living beings felt the demonic aura and were terrified to the extreme. That devil has been sealed for so long, yet he's still alive? The 3 Western Desert Buddhist lords were shocked. As the Western Desert's Buddhist lords, Buddhist Lord Mara and the others naturally knew the secrets of the Myriad Buddha Mountain and the Myriad Buddha Temple. The ancient Buddhist lord had killed many great devils of the archdevil ancestor level. However, there were some peerless devils that even an existence like the Buddhist lord couldn't transcend. Therefore, the Buddhist lord decided to seal these peerless devils that even he couldn't kill. Back in the Hell Dao, the archdevil ancestor Ing Tian was sealed by the ancient Buddhist lord's Buddhist saber. However, Gu Fei had taken away the Buddhist saber from the archdevil lord Ing Tian, allowing the archdevil lord to escape. Underneath the myriad Buddha temple, there was also a peerless fiendish demon sealed. However, when the ancient fiendish Xian Huang transformed into a giant hand and grabbed the myriad Buddha temple, it broke the seal that sealed the peerless fiendish demon. Even Xian Huang was shocked by the appearance of the great devil. Rumble. At the same time the great devil attacked the myriad Buddha temple, the power of heavenly retribution in the depths of the heavens was activated. Destructive lightning bolts shot down from the heavens towards the great devil. However, the great devil didn't even look at the lightning bolts of heavenly retribution, allowing them to land on its body. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The lightning bolts of heavenly retribution landed on the great devil, yet they couldn't harm it in the slightest. Even the old tortoise was dumbfounded. The great devil's devil physique was too powerful. Is this a devil physique that surpassed the extreme Dao secret realm? Gu Fei murmured. Although the great devil had been sealed for countless years, it was still as ferocious as ever. Especially its devil physique. It was powerful to a monstrous degree. The peerless demon's punch landed on the myriad Buddha palace, causing the entire myriad Buddha palace to shake violently. This guy, little monk Fanxio, was both shocked and angry. He had never thought that this ferocious demon would have such a powerful cultivation and combat power. At this time, the ferocious devil raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked in. The lightning of the heavenly punishment that fell from the sky was completely swallowed by it. This is too awesome. The old tortoise was speechless. What should we do? Little monk Fanxio was a little anxious. This peerless ferocious demon was so abnormal that even if he controlled the myriad Buddha temple, he might not be able to do anything to it. It was even more impossible to reseal this ferocious demon. Brother Gu, how about we join forces to seal this demon? Fanxio looked in the direction of Gu Fei. He had wanted to capture Gu Fei and Old Tortoise together, but Gu Fei had displayed an unimaginable combat power and cut off one of his sleeves. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, his entire right arm would have been separated from his body. You want me to take action? Then you'll have to pay the right price. Gu Fei smiled. Little monk Fanxio's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. What do you want? Little monk Fanxio said directly. 9 heavens pure gold. Gu Fei didn't want to waste his breath. What? Little monk Fanxio was stunned. He didn't expect Gu Fei to want 9 heavens pure gold. This 9 heavens pure gold was an extremely precious divine metal. It was an exclusive refining material for supreme beings. You want to refine in supreme Dao artifact? Little monk Fanxio looked at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. Why do you care what we want it for? If you don't have it, you can deal with this demon yourself. If you do, hurry up and take it out, Old Tortoise said impatiently. Although he looked impatient on the surface, he was extremely excited. Once he had 9 heavens pure gold, he would be able to repair the Grand Sovereign Seal. To Old Tortoise, repairing the Grand Sovereign Seal was his top priority. Little monk Fanxio hesitated. At this time, the ferocious demon didn't attack again. It was continuously devouring the power of heaven's punishment. This scene was too crazy. That was a heaven's punishment that could kill supreme beings. The ancient great omen, Xianhuang, was also fighting against the heaven's punishment. That was because the power of heaven's punishment was getting stronger and stronger. Phantoms descended from the sky like real supreme beings were attacking. This way, even the ancient great omen, Xianhuang, had to take it seriously. These lunatics, the 3 Buddhist lords, who had retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away, looked at this scene in shock. Old Tortoise was also in disbelief. One had to know that Gu Fei had used this superpower last time. Although he had defeated the ancestor devil, he had also suffered great damage. Now, these guys were easily blocking the power of heaven's punishment. This was heaven's punishment. 9 heavens pure gold. Give it to me, and I will help you get rid of this demon. Gu Fei sat on the chair and said lazily. Little monk Fanxio glanced at the giant demon that was devouring the power of heaven's punishment. The demon's demonic aura was getting stronger. The demon was increasing its cultivation. All right. Little monk Fanxio gritted his teeth and nodded. He knew that if he didn't make a decision, he would be the one to die. He took out a piece of godly metal the size of a fist. There was nothing special about this piece of godly metal. It looked like an ordinary black stone. However, when Old Tortoise saw this piece of godly metal, his eyes lit up. Just a little. I think it's better for you to keep it for yourself. Gu Fei was a little displeased. This guy was too stingy. Did he want me to help him with just this little bit of godly metal? Was he trying to get rid of a beggar? Really? Brother Gu, this is more than 50,000 kilograms of 9 heavens pure gold. Little monk Fanxio said hurriedly. It's not enough. Little monk Fanxio wanted to say something, but Gu Fei interrupted him. 9 heavens pure gold was different from ordinary iron. Even a small piece of this kind of godly metal weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. A fist-sized piece was more than 100,000 kilograms. However, this bit of 9 heavens pure gold was not enough to repair the Tai Huang seal. Fanxio, you are too unkind. Old Tortoise was very displeased. Sigh. Little monk Fanxio took out another big piece of 9 heavens pure gold. This piece of 9 heavens pure gold was the size of a millstone. This should be enough. Little monk Fanxio said impatiently. Back then, the Buddhist lord obtained a lot of 9 heavens pure gold, but he used it to refine his Buddhist weapon. Only 2 pieces were left. Now, little monk Fanxio had no choice but to part with it. Give it to me, Gu Fei said. Little monk Fanxio had no choice but to throw the 9 heavens pure gold to Gu Fei. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.